I would like to call this meeting back to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Soru, Blackfoot, Lakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Everyone is here, and we do have some housekeeping stuff, Madam Clerk, on the adoption of the agenda. We have
Yes,
some
please,
changes.
Mr.
So if I'll go to Councillor Hamilton. She's here to move the changes to the adoption of the agenda.
So just to clarify, because I understand what that looks like. So we did add a report to council's agenda last night with calendar changes. We need to make more changes. And so if you could just add the replacement report.
Okay.
And then based on ARC this morning, I'm going to need to update that one more time before
Okay.
it's actually dealt with.
All right. So
And we're also adding the deletion to that.
do you want me to move that?
If that's the will of council, absolutely, you could put that motion as part of the agenda adoption.
Okay, so I'm going to speak very slowly. So I'm going to update the agenda, move the update to the agenda with the addition of a replacement report, not an addition. 6/14/2022 council calendar changes and deletion of item 7.12, the temporary face mask bylaw.
Okay. Just a quick explanation on the, we need a seconder for the addition to the agenda.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. Just a brief explanation on the deletion of 7.12. Because it is contingent on having the provincial legislation proclaimed, and that legislation has not been proclaimed. So, and we have a packed agenda, so we won't be able to get to that anyways. So idea is that we delete it, and if we council needs to revisit that later on, once the legislation is proclaimed, then we can do that at that time. Okay. All right. All right. Any questions? And this list is from the other item, right? Okay, good. There's no question. There are no questions. Councillor Knack?
Just very quickly, I wanted to just note that I appreciate why 7.12 has to be deleted because we don't have that yet. I would just sort of signal that when the time comes when that bill is proclaimed, I think, I'll be ready to have that conversation, and I think we'll want to have that conversation. And
Yeah.
I hope things don't go in a negative direction, but I think we need to be willing to have that. So as the person who was originally moving that, I just wanted to give a heads up that I think it will be appropriate to have a conversation at a later time. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Knack. All right, please call the vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Good. Now we are back to the item that we were discussing, which is item 6.7, affordable housing exemptions. This item was discussed at the executive committee. Then we had a healthy discussion at last council meeting. administration has provided us with enough information, in my view, to whether we go for exemption or whether we go for a grant funding program. I think this may not require further discussion, but there are a number of council members on board to ask questions. In light of having a full agenda, I would, if there are questions that has not been asked yet, I hope that we focus on those questions instead of repeating the questions that have been already asked. And I'll go to, I think the list was Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Rice, and Councillor Jans, right? And this was the second round, or we go start fresh because we're
No,
back?
it's a continuation previously, yeah.
So which, this the second
Think
round?
we're
or
on our second round.
Second
with
round,
this, yeah.
okay, got it. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the time constraints we're under, but there's a really critical issue that I think we need to discuss as a council and have that conversation. I believe we need to move into private. So I would like to move that we go into private.
What would be, sorry, I just need to understand what would be the reason for going into private? Sorry, I know you can't tell the reason, we gotta be some reason.
Oh, yes. So this would be for the same reasons that we went into private on this item when we first discussed it at executive committee. So it's mainly related to legal advice.
So,
It relates to legal matters.
yeah, I just need to understand from city clerk, usually we go into private at the advice of administration, right?
That's the normal process, yes.
So is there precedent that council members can ask us to go into private to share information that they may have that others may not have, or they have questions related to a previous
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, I could
presentation?
clarify that I'm suggesting we move into private on the basis of advice from administration.
Okay, so seek clarification on the advice that was provided previously in private. Is
Correct.
that, okay, got it. Is that a reason enough? I just need to understand from, so we
Because I don't know what the questions are, you're absolutely right. Normally requests would come from administration, so I'm not sure if either the CFO or the city solicitor has additional context that they could provide council as to why we're going in private. Another option would be for the councillors to ask all of their public questions, so perhaps Councillor Stevenson could hold those right now, and then we could deal with the public questions, and then if Councillor Stevenson's questions do require us to go in private, happy to take council's direction on that.
Okay, so then Councillor Stevenson will work with city clerk to understand whether they need to be answered in private? Is that what the process be?
Sure. So I can start with some public questions as well, just some clarifications to the conversations we were having last week. So I just wanted to reaffirm with administration that if we were to provide a tax exemption, that amount can be distributed across the entire tax base through direction from council. Is that correct?
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson. Yes, that is correct. What we would require council to do is direct us, as we're setting the tax rate, to move more of the burden to the non-residential in order to cover the amount that would be made exempt on the residential side, or their portion thereof, if that makes sense.
Great. And then also just the questions around, ensuring that the benefit goes to those who need it most in our community. It would be possible to have criteria, for example, that an organization had to be a registered nonprofit to benefit from the exemption. So, inevitably that would go into benefits either through reduced rents, reinvestment in affordable housing, or expanded affordable housing. Is that correct?
With the exemption approach, we would need to be very careful about how we defined what property is and is not exempt in order to ensure that we are not inadvertently making tax exempt property that we don't intend to. But otherwise, it would be the benefit accruing to the property owner. And in these cases, if they are not-for-profits, they would receive that benefit and manage it in the ways that they would.
Great. Well, my further questions relate to section 362 of the MGA, specifically in terms of some of the ambiguities in that legislation and chapter as well. Are those questions that administration would like to deal with? How would administration like to deal with those questions?
So,
If we
Councillor,
are
if you're
talking-
looking for a legal interpretation in any way, then I would suggest you go in private. If it's just a conversation about the law itself, I think you can stay in public.
Thank you. Yeah, it would specifically be around an interpretation.
Okay, for which we have to go to private, right? Okay. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
recognizing my time is out, we can go through the other public questions
good.
and maybe come around to that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Sometimes it just find it's challenging if we have items didn't finish the last meeting and move to the 1 week or 2 weeks later. I have only one question here regarding the number of property and is taxed and in our city. So what is the total number of the property and we're taxing them?
Good morning, Councillor Rice. Approximately 10% of the assessed properties in our city are currently tax exempt under various provisions in the legislation or through council's own powers. Anton, Mr. Zabo may have exact numbers.
I'll just, Councillor, that a lot of that exemption would be city-owned property. So a good chunk of that would come from there, as well as the provincial-owned property. So those are two large categories, but universities, hospitals, there are also large exemption components.
Okay, so it's about the 10%, and then also estimate the money is about $5 million, right?
No, that would not be the totality of the exemption. $5 million is our best estimate of these sorts of properties that we're talking about now.
Yeah.
Affordable housing properties owned and run by not-for-profits.
Okay, so because we're talking about affordable housing exemption, so I just want to get a sense of the basic data. So how many, and if you don't have number and you can provide later, and then what's the number of affordable housing and will fall under this category?
I will ask Mr. Zabo to speak to that. He does have numbers with him.
So just to be clear, Councillor, so because as we said previously, affordable housing is quite a complex topic, and there are some things that are already exempt in the legislation for some reasons, and there are some things that are taxable. So if I were to just break that down for you, the total amount of property, if it was all taxable, its total value is about $23 million in municipal taxes. About 17 of that is exempt as it is and would continue to be exempt and has always been exempt. The other, about 5 million, has been taxable and has always been taxable. So those properties have always paid property taxes. They've been paying as part of their general operating. They've made that work. The conversation is now about moving that $5 million of currently taxable property to the exempt. And then there's a third category which we brought to your attention, which I think got a lot of play, but it's basically a very small subset of currently exempt properties that we acknowledge probably should have been taxable. That amount, so the 17 million that's already exempt, is about $500,000 that we're saying will likely be moving, although we're still having those conversations with the providers. We've asked for additional information. So it may move, depending on their answers, to the taxable category. So we're talking in the range of between $5.5 million of potential property that is currently taxable.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Recall early on we had a meeting with Home Ed, and Home Ed showed us a slide where $1 million in tax forgiveness allowed them to open 100 more doors of affordable housing. And they said that was because, not because of the cost, but because of the ability to leverage. And I'm just wondering, from the perspective of a financial lender, what is the difference between a grant versus a solid tax exemption?
In the context of what we're discussing here, making these properties exempt under council's powers of 364, in our opinion, there is very little difference. Essentially, the challenge for us is that these are taxable properties. We would like to see them, just as practitioners, we would like to see them made exempt at the provincial level, which makes it clear that these sorts of properties are no longer to pay tax. When we move into section 364, it's sort of 6 of one or half a dozen of the other. However, the limitations of 364 is that it becomes appealable through the quasi-judicial and ultimately judicial processes, which means that if you would like to characterize the city as the sort of financial lender in this situation, means that we lose a lot of control to the quasi-judicial system. When we award the same benefit through a grant, we retain that level of control because council has a very broad discretion about how it uses its granting powers under the Act.
Thank you for that. My second concern is just about staff time. It's going through grants, approval of grants, writing the grants. I mean, this is incredibly onerous for nonprofits and for community organizations. How can we streamline it, especially when we know that they're good actors on a year-to-year basis? I mean, if we know we're going to be doing a 5 or a 10-year grant to an organization, I'm not just thinking about their staff time, but also city administrative staff time too. So what path offers us the best bang for our buck workload-wise?
And I do understand and appreciate your question. I will start and then I will ask Ms. Padbury to speak maybe more broadly about how we could structure, or perhaps Mr. Ashmore, how we could structure the grant. Essentially, we would not necessarily need to go down the route of requiring applications every single year. We could write the grant program in a sense that it is done administratively on the back end. After the funding has been approved by council, it would be approved sort of on a go-forward basis under a council policy. And until that policy is reviewed or changed, it would just be a roll forward for the organizations that we would set up that way. And the idea would be that we would set up essentially, here is the tax, the amount that you owe in tax, and here is the tax credit amount you received. And those would essentially provide a zero balance. So beyond the original application process, we could structure this in a way that almost took no time for the applicants. And on the administration side, it's a relatively simplistic thing if it's 100% forgiveness. We get more challenged when it's less than 100%. Ms. Padbury or Mr. Ashmore, do you have anything further to add?
I'll just add one quick thing, Councillor. You can set up a grant program in various ways. So a lot of the questions seem to be talking about are more intensive paper grant programs that can last various years and have a lot of paperwork associated with them, partly because they have a lot of enforcement potential. They have a lot of criteria, but that's not necessarily a requirement of every grant. So you could set up a grant quite simply as well. And effectively, you could almost mirror an exemption through a grant in terms of the level of workload if you set it up the right way.
Okay. All right. At a bare minimum, I think we have a lot of provincial advocacy to do, despite or whatever the outcome of this may be. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Yeah. So do we have Ms. Kazaner on line from Social Development? Good, okay. Because I just want to understand, when we had members of our public and our partners in affordable housing made presentations, they wanted us to continue to be a strong partner in affordable housing. So, which is absolutely we have been doing. So I have some questions around the work that we have done in affordable housing sector already. Where are we on our meeting the target of 2,500 affordable housing units that we committed over 5 years?
I would perhaps ask Ms. Kajena
Yeah.
to speak to that.
Thanks for the question, Mayor Sohi. So we'll be coming back to council in June with a more fulsome update on our efforts over the last 4 years. But I anticipate that report will indicate that we have met our target for the number of units we set out to create 4 years ago.
So we met that target of, it was 2,500 units, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And how far are we behind on the 900 unit target for supportive housing?
So the 900 unit target was over 6 years. The
Yep.
4-year target was 600 units. So as of today, we're sitting at just over 500 units of supportive housing created. And of course, we're hopeful in the next federal budget that should be announced in early April that a third round of the Rapid Housing Initiative will be announced. And that would potentially allow us to get even closer to that 600 unit target by the end of this year.
Okay, because I thank you for flagging that. Actually, I had a very productive meeting with the Minister Ahmed Hussain. They are going to be rolling out a very ambitious plan for affordable housing, and we should be ready to take into that, tap into that advantage or opportunity, right? So I just want to understand. Maybe I'll have a subsequent motion if time allows today, or maybe I'll make an inquiry later on. Like, what are our next steps for the next capital budget of 4 years to build more supportive housing and affordable housing? So that's I needed to know, because I want to make sure that people listening out there understand that we have been partners and we will continue to be strong partners, whether we take the exemption route or whether we take the grant route on this specific item. Good. Okay. And I'll take the chair back.
So yours.
Good, thank you. So before I go to Councillor Stevenson, just need to understand from our legal counsel, Councillor Stevenson have questions on the advice that you gave last time in private. So is there a reason for us to go into private?
Yes, it is.
There is? Okay, good. All right, so we'll ask someone to, Councillor Principe, go ahead, then we'll go into private after that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was listening intently yesterday to the Indigenous leaders, and one point that someone had made, which I have made in the past, is about not all people want to be housed exactly how we so choose to build houses. And I think that we needed to pay more attention to that. And here's a prime example of where we can make a difference, is maybe we should be having a grant system in order to accommodate that, as opposed to just having a tax exemption. I think that is something that we need to consider here. So my question, I guess, is has the Indigenous community been consulted with this motion that's here?
Yeah, if that's a question to the mover, yes, absolutely. Like, I know that there are a number of Indigenous-led housing agencies that very, very much want to see this exemption go through.
Yeah.
So I think you're absolutely right. We need more targeted grant programs for Indigenous-led organizations, but I think that this is absolutely supporting those overall objectives as well.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any comments from admin on that? Okay.
I can speak to engagement on of Indigenous-led providers. So just it is outlined in the council report, but we did connect with a number of Indigenous-led housing providers who all spoke in favor of the of an exemption approach, or you know, at least reducing property taxes from their operating costs. And part of that was also that they found in the past when, for example, the Métis Nation of Alberta's Housing Corporation had sought an exemption previously and were denied it on the basis that the property, one of the reasons, although and law could be more articulate about this, but one of the reasons that they felt it was denied was because of it was seen as restricted and not open to the general public because the housing was targeting people who were of Indigenous, and they felt that that you know, represented like a structural inequality, and so they feel really strongly about the need for exemptions, and note that not all housing providers can benefit from things like the Urban Reserve Program, because those are, you know, largely targeted to First Nations. And so for the Métis Nation of Alberta, for urban Indigenous organizations, they felt the property tax exemption approach was really important for providing that similar benefit that we're potentially pursuing through the Urban Reserve strategy as well.
Okay, and so did you hear the comment yesterday? I'm not sure about the housing. Ms. Kitchener?
No, sorry,
Oh.
Councillor Principe, I wasn't in attendance at the committee meeting yesterday.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I was just wondering if we are doing anything to accommodate that. I mean, we should be listening. And that is a very valid point, that not everyone wants to be housed how council chooses to build the houses. And yeah, that is something I think we need to further investigate. And I believe that a grant system would be as administration said, more transparent, and there's more accountability. And so that's why I would be more in favor of seeing a grant system in place.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll be super quick. I'm not sure, because we're coming back to this item. My request is that can this be split for the vote? Perfect, thank you.
It can be, absolutely. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One part of me is feeling that this motion maybe is not quite ready for prime time, in that we have all of these questions that maybe could have been answered otherwise. My question for administration is, you referenced Métis Nation of Alberta, and then not qualifying for grants. So is the solution here a tax exemption, or is it that maybe we need to take a look at our granting system and the limits that we're placing on potential providers?
So just to be clear, Councillor Paquette, that was the reason that the Métis Nation wasn't able to, one of the reasons, notwithstanding the whole issue with related to the charitable purpose of affordable housing, but that was one of the reasons that they had failed to receive a tax exemption in the past, not a grant. We've certainly provided financial supports and grants to the Métis Nation housing bodies multiple times in the past.
Okay, that helps. So is actually, as was referenced, there already are tax exemptions available. This is now we're talking about another potential tax exemption available that they do not currently qualify for. Is that, am I understanding that correctly? Yeah.
So Indigenous-led housing is, a significant portion of those units that are not currently exempted, because they're not, by definition, they're not owned by the City of Edmonton or the Government of Alberta, which, as Mr. Sasbo mentioned earlier, is the vast majority of affordable housing in Edmonton that's already exempt from the taxes, is owned by the city and the Government of Alberta.
Okay, so then the next obvious question would be then, if the goal is housing, and if we're not too particular about who's providing it, understanding who our partners are, obviously we have to employ a rational and reasonable lens here. Is there not a way to sort of bridge that gap without changing our exemption structure?
Councillor, I believe that is why administration is recommending a grant-based approach for this. We think that it would achieve council's aim to benefit this particular group of property. We can do it more nimbly through a grant on the tax side.
Right, and so then the next obvious question is, if this exemption concept doesn't go through, are we going to do that on the granting side?
I believe it would require a motion for us to essentially go away and set up that.
Yeah.
But we could absolutely do that.
I think Councillor Paquette, Councillor Hamilton, and Councillor Tang are working on a motion related to grant option, right? So just to, if you're wondering about that aspect.
Yeah, so that would be the subsequent to this motion regardless. But if this motion fails, that means that we will then move toward that that next stage, which actually is probably more equitable and more manageable on a city level.
Got it.
Do I have that right? Okay.
Yeah, if that's the will of council, absolutely, that's what we would see as a next possible step.
Okay, well, Mr. Mayor, the question is settled in my mind then. Anytime we play with the tax exemption approach, we get unintended consequences. That's a fact. And not to belabor the point, but we already should be very aware of the potential problems it presents. So I am very happy to support the subsequent motion that is forthcoming, but I probably will not support this motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton,
Just to speak.
just to speak, okay. And Councillor Rice, can we go into private to get some advice from legal before, or you have a second round of questions, Councillor Rice?
I don't have question, just to speak.
Okay, got it, all right. So can someone move that we go into private to get a legal advice on a question that Councillor Stevenson has?
So moved.
Councillor Principe, second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
In favor.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll, a couple of minutes.
Yeah, if you could. We're just calling corporate security to get the doors open, but I do believe we're back online if you'd like to resume.
Okay, we are back in public. And there were two people, council members, who were on the list to speak to the motion. So Councillor Hamilton to speak.
As has been, I think in my questioning, I established some of the concerns that I have with granting an exemption on affordable housing. And it is it's not on principle. I think there's a lot of things that if we're a values-based organization, or a values-based, not if we are, but a values-based organization with different constraints would want to support something like this. But I think, as has been outlined, there are some pretty significant unintended consequences to granting an exemption in this space, the least of which is that we don't have a clear definition, I think, at this time on what affordable housing providers would be exempt. So we don't have a really good number on what the exemption would look like. My concern is with what has been identified, the amount of money gets put on one class of property taxpayer, and I think that affordable housing is something that we collectively benefit from and thus should collectively pay for. So if this was a grant, I'd be more supportive of this, and if this motion fails, I have a subsequent on getting some information back on granting. If it's a grant, it gets spread across the entire property tax base. If it's an exemption, it only gets spread across the residential tax base. And that, I think, makes it a really tricky conversation. And I think, I understand that there's some deep empathy and a desire to do better in terms of affordable housing, and what the MGA says with respect to affordable housing. And I absolutely understand it's really frustrating to be in the position where our tools are so limited, but I think that's what I really enjoy about this work, is that when we see the limitations and when we see the things that frustrate us, we can then work towards changing it. But at this time, I can't support an exemption, just because I don't think it's equitable to the rest of the tax base, and we'll have something coming on a grant if this does not pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I would like to start with the 4 options that administration presented earlier. So if you look at the principle behind the simple number in option 2 of the section 364, so it appears that majority of Edmontonians and housing business industry areas and will experience two gaps, and if this motion passed. So the first gap is like no operating funding be provided to any profitable housing providers. Second one is a regular tax collection from those business providers. So it seems that working hard is not rewarded and is actually punished. And so the message this motion is sending, and then from my opinion, and so we want to send it to the majority of our Edmontonians, how equitable and this council is implementing by not taking consideration to look at the impact on the majority of Edmontonians and the majority of housing business industry areas. I think from that fairness and balance perspective, I just want to say I'm an immigrant, so I cannot agree enough on how important affordable housing and is to our newcomers and to our Edmontonians who need support. And so I know how much I value our care to our vulnerable Edmontonians. But I heard all the data I just asked to the administration in the first round and the second round question. And the question coming to my mind is that our city is still caring for our majority of Edmontonians. Actually, those people who actually work hard and paid their tax and to support our city for core services be delivered and in an efficient and effective way. So if there's so many years that have passed, we are still here to discuss the same issues and use the same thinking way to face the challenges that are going. And why can we not ask ourselves, what changes do we really need to explore? So I believe that we should follow the provincial definition and for property tax exemptions, which includes some seniors housing, property owned by Alberta, social housing corporation, and properties owned and by the city and run by management bodies under the Alberta Housing Act. So this advocacy strategy request seems to me this council has moved away from focus on its core services and is attempting to bury the line between provincial and municipal jurisdictions. So I wish you would focus our energy on providing those services effectively and efficiently, and we should also work at the way to work more collaboratively by finding common ground and goals that will most benefit Edmontonians. So I'm supporting that the administration report is received as information, but I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Thank you. You know, this council and through this council and previous council, Edmontonians have provided a strong leadership on affordable housing and supportive housing. And that leadership has been demonstrated through the number of units, close to 2,500 affordable units that we are building in partnership with the other orders of government, where we are providing a share of the grant funding to make those, to bring those units on board. We have provided leadership by providing grant funding and working with other orders of government on supportive housing. We're close to 500 units, as was told today by our administration. And we are showing that leadership through our advocacy to the province and to the federal government, and now extending that advocacy to regional partners to get them on board by investing in housing and tackling societal issues of houselessness are important from an economic aspect as we want to grow our economy. So it is not that we are lacking leadership. So whether we have an exemption program or whether we have a grant program, there will be an additional support that we will provide to create more supportive housing. I appreciate the work that Councillor Stevenson has done on this, and really admire her tenacity and commitment. But I'm leaning toward more grant support because it is more simplified. It is more transparent. It is more targeted. There's more accountability built into it, and also because the cost is shared by all Edmontonians, not just one class of property owners, through a grant funding, where every Edmontonian, through their property taxes, contribute to building affordable, supportive housing, as we all should do. I think that is why grant funding is more appropriate. I hope that as we pursue this, we simplify the grant process, that is not too cumbersome and not too difficult for proponents to navigate. And I also look forward to doing further advocacy on the legislative changes that are required in the copter in order to make it easy and more transparent for exemption to be granted. So I know there is no doubt that this council is not committed to providing and supporting more affordable housing. We will continue to do that. We have done in the past, and whichever way we do that, whether exemption or grant, will help further. And I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To speak briefly, I do think that a tax exemption has different implications to organizations than a grant program. And those differences are nuanced, but they are significant. I think we heard very loudly and clearly from this sector, from the affordable housing sector, that exemptions are the preferred method. That relates to being able to secure financing for new projects, a tax exemption being more bankable, as it were, than a potential grant. I believe we've clarified very clearly that the tax exemption can be shared across the entire tax base. So there's an equity there that's identical to the grant program. And also that we can be sure that it goes to those who need it most and that benefit the nonprofits that are doing so much to invest in our community. I think it's incredibly important to listen to the affordable housing sector and help meet their needs and remove the barriers that they face doing the great work that they do. And again, we've heard very clearly that a tax exemption is the best way for them to do this. So I will continue supporting the tax exemption and look forward to further conversations moving forward. Madam Clerk, just to confirm, we'll be voting on these in two parts. Is that correct?
Yeah, if that's agreeable to council and the chair.
Yeah.
Excellent. So thank you. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. All right, so we'll vote on part 1 first. Please call the vote. So part 1 is the exemption, right? Yeah.
Councillor Salvador? Oh, we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated 8-5. And we go to part 2, which is the advocacy part. Call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 12-1. And I will go to Councillor Hamilton to introduce her motion.
So this is a subsequent to this discussion. I'll move that administration prepare a report that outlines what affordable housing is currently qualified for tax relief, what the parameters should be to qualify a provider for tax relief from property taxes, and return to executive committee with details on the appropriate grant mechanisms to achieve tax relief, due June 15th, 2022 at executive committee.
Can you put that up on the screen?
Yeah, we're just setting it up. Once we get a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette.
Thanks
Or
so
was Paquette or Knack?
That was Paquette.
Paquette, Councillor Paquette? Okay. They both look and sound the same.
And to introduce it briefly, there was a lot of discussion about a grant program and grant mechanisms. And so I think there was some questions that came up in the conversation about, let's say, sharing a common definition of what affordable housing means when we're talking about being qualified for tax relief, what the parameters around that are. And then, of course, getting some detail on grant mechanisms. And that will allow executive committee to proceed with instruction if they so choose on a recommendation back to council on what granting would look like and whom should be the recipient of that. It would also allow at that discussion at that time, there was a lot of discussion about, let's say, the barriers around granting. And I think that there's a really, like I hear that I think those are some incredible points in terms of accessibility, but that conversation at executive committee would allow for those discussions around the barriers and how to streamline that discussion and a program going forward. And then I would imagine be part of our budget conversations in the fall in terms of funding that. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is about getting the policy in place, and then we'll allow the opportunity for members of committee to talk about the process. Okay, I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for introducing that. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much, and really appreciate Councillor Hamilton bringing this forward. I guess two questions. So, and I might be getting ahead of myself here, but just want to make sure that some of the conversation we had around having sort of a more rolling application process would be included in this discussion. I think that could be a really helpful tool for reducing those barriers for the actual application process. Is the intention to, I guess, let administration go away and potentially that's one of the things that come back? Or do you feel like there's maybe a need to explicitly include that?
I think they've heard that. This is about getting the framework in place. And then as with something like ease of access, I think that's something that committee could discuss, that rolling application process. So I would wait till those parameters come back. And then I think that's a really good discussion to have at committee.
Okay, great. And then just another question, would the intention be to do, I guess, any engagement with housing providers as part of this, specifically for that appropriate grant mechanism piece? Because I'm sure they have some really valuable information to share, or would the expectation be that they provide that at committee at the appropriate time? And maybe that's to administration.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We would really appreciate the input from not-for-profit affordable housing providers in order to learn from what would satisfy them in terms of ease of accessibility, ease of transferability, and so on. So that would absolutely be part of how we would develop this program.
Okay, great. And again, does that need to explicitly include, or is that basically the process regardless?
The only thing I would suggest is that a due date of June the 15th would perhaps not allow a completely robust collaboration period, but I might ask Crystal Kajena, if she is still online, to let me know if she thinks that those timelines would work for her as well.
Thanks, Ms. Watt. I mean, it is aggressive, but I think in the context of the budget and the fact that we do have a standing working group of nonprofit providers and network that we can easily access to ensure at least some engagement, if not the most comprehensive engagement process ever. I do think that's doable.
Great, that's really good to hear. Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much, and glad to see this coming forward in the absence of tax exemptions. Just wondering, I'm concerned around timelines, and just wondering what opportunities there are for emergency relief for organizations that I believe are facing tax bills that come due quite soon. So, for example, the Sands Hotel, I believe I heard, has a $200,000 tax bill that will come due quite soon and would effectively require them to shut down operations this year. So maybe administration, could you speak to any opportunities for emergency relief for providers that are facing those tax impacts this year?
I would ask Mr. Szabo to speak to this one, please.
Thanks, Kate. So what I would say there, Councillor, is, again, I just distinguish between what we're discussing here primarily is that $5 million of property that have been paying taxes historically. So it's not necessarily changing what they've been doing in the past. There is that small category of property that we were discussing that might change over from exempt to taxable, but that was not happening this year. It wouldn't be happening until next year. So this is plenty of time for those organizations to be properly exempted. If, however, council, in addition to setting a policy for next year wants to ensure that this is happening in 2022, and those $5 million worth of exemptions or of relief happens immediately. The June 15th timeline would allow that. We could build it in to say this is what we'll do. It would likely be a retroactive amount though. So the bill will have already gone out on there, and then we'd be retroactively paying for the 2022 year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. There's sort of three categories. So there are affordable housing properties that have been exempt under 362 for many years. That's correct?
So that was a subset of properties, about $500,000 worth of property that we believe have been incorrectly exempted. Correct.
Correct, but what I think I just heard you say is that no changes to their status under 362 will happen this year?
Yeah, so we're reviewing those accounts this year, and so until we get all that information, so those providers were sent letters early this year requesting additional information. We're not going to adjust that status until we have all that information, and the intention was not to make any change until 2023.
Right. Then there are those that currently haven't been receiving tax exemptions, but that we may want to consider, including into a future grant program. So that's dealt with. I guess I'm speaking specifically of I know of at least 2 new projects that have come online this year that we're anticipating a tax exemption, or the property that they operate out of has now been taxed at a higher level. So what I'm hearing from you is if we move forward to June 15th, we would have that information. We'd be able to apply that retroactively so that they're not paying those taxes if it's the will of council this year.
I would just flag, Councillor, that we will have to sort out a budget amount for that because we're already in the 2022 year. And so there's no current budget for that this year.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I think that helps address those really critical, urgent needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So my first question, affordable housing and for the qualified affordable housing and then is already overlapped and with other grant program we provided is already qualified. And this is additional and a larger grant program.
Councillor Rice, what we are discussing here is specifically on tax.
Yeah.
So other grant programs which have been established for other reasons are not being considered here.
So if that is the case, my concern is about yes, and then we care about affordable housing, like Marisol said, this is a cities keep doing, but if we already have the other type of grant program in place to support those affordable housing, and then this is back to my first speaking points, and how is that fair and balance and to the entire housing business industry area. So I just want to point this out. That is my first question. And even though I know this is specific to talk about our tax relief. So the second question, and all this affordable housing and currently qualified for the tax relief is already under the definition of Alberta Housing Act. Or not. So if it's already there, why do we need the administration do the repeat work to provide the different criteria or different definition?
I understand, Councillor. No, the majority of this property is not under the Alberta Social Housing Act.
Okay.
To your initial question, I believe Ms. Padbury has some additional comments.
I didn't hear anybody.
It's fair enough. I know she's having some technical issues. Essentially, the difference between the grant programs you might be referring to and this particular grant program is the difference between capital and operating. The majority of the city's grant programs are for capital, construction, and the setup, whereas this would be a program we would look to establish as a operational funding for essentially allowing these entities not to have to pay operationally, as part of their operational budget, the taxes each year.
It's my understanding, and just correct me if my understanding or missed something. Affordable housing for the current qualified for the tax relief, and they are operating funding and annually and already in place and from different order of government, right? If
I understand the question correctly, yeah. The types of housing that are currently exempt under provincial law, they're receiving essentially the benefit in kind in not having to pay taxes. So yes, it would be operational support. However, I would mention that the way the various pieces of Alberta legislation work and intersect with each other makes the actual tax exemption, the clarity around each of those tax exemptions a little hard to discern. One of the benefits of the grant program that is being contemplated here, it is more obvious and more transparent. Mr. Zago, do you have anything else to add?
Oh, I just look at my time.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Okay.
I look at my time. I just wondering for these reports, if we are talk about the tax relief, and because all the ultimate outcome is to benefit the people actually need affordable housing, and then do we have like certain methods? And like I asked the same question the first time, and then to ensure the benefits will carry on and to our people. And then so how this ensure and in place or will be included in this report to ensure every tax reliefs and so will carry to the people who actually get support from affordable housing.
Ms. Jenna could perhaps speak to the not-for-profit aspect of this.
Sure, Councillor Rice, I think part of this motion would be coming back with a proposed grant program that would identify criteria for defining who should benefit from the exemptions. And part of that, from administration's perspective, would most likely be looking at nonprofit organizations as being the organizations that should benefit. And then obviously nonprofits are, incorporated under provincial legislation and have governance requirements that require them to operate in service of their objects or of their association. And so that would be assurances. Also, as has been mentioned by administration before, one of the benefits of a grant program is that we would have more flexibility, that if we were in terms of, changing the approach, if someone was no longer meeting the expectations around affordable housing, or if the benefit wasn't being, used in the way that was intended in the program, we could look at not renewing the grant going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
And just to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, got it. All right, so have no more questions. Well, you can speak, Councillor Tang. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And happy to support this motion. I think, as a whole, I think the majority of the council can agree on the outcomes in affordable housing that we want to achieve, whether it's increasing our supply, whether it's making sure people are housed appropriately. And to me, this whole morning discussion has been around which tool is the most appropriate and best for local government. For all the reasons that's been discussed earlier, when we try to, in an intention to increase equity in one sector, I am worried about the unintended consequences, among others, in terms of making it less equitable in other spaces. So I think, at least for this motion, where we are designing the policy, and I look forward to seeing this report and, with the eventual goal of outlining and executing on a program that will eventually get us to the same outcome that we all want to see here. So for all those reasons, I support it. I would have happily jumped into second, but I was having a little bit of glitch moment. But thank you for putting this forward to Councillor Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you for the discussion this morning, and thank you, Ms. Councillor Hamilton, for put this motion on. So I will go to support this motion and then to get the report for more of the details and how this tax reliefs will benefit and to our Edmontonians who actually need support for that. Also, I would like to mention again for that equitable piece and fairness piece. And then by looking at the four options and the administration provided in the report and in the presentation earlier, and also the data and we have, I do want to say and then keep in mind for that, take consideration and look at the impact. So this tax relief and even from the granting perspective, and how this could impact the public receive this message, and on the majority of our Edmontonians and who work hard and pay the tax, and also look at the impact on the housing business industrial area, and how they look at, and because if you look at our city's business industry area, and then how we ensure that fairness and balance and between the different providers. And then this impact, I want to keep in my mind, and when this report come back, and then to ask a certain question and to refer to looking forward to say how we this report and the details reflect the benefits the Edmontonians who received from this grant program, and also how the public and housing business industry area to look at this tax relief, what's the impact on them as well. And because from our city's economic perspective, we have to look at entire industry area as a big picture, and then it's not only look at the portion of this business industry area. Thank you. That is my speech.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton to close? No. Okay, we are ready to vote. I'll call the vote.
We're good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 13-0. All right, so I have a subsequent, Madam Clerk, so I have to see the chair to Councillor Rutherford, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so taken.
Okay. I'll just look it up here. It is just to what I was asking, the questions that I was asking earlier on about, are we ready to take on the next opportunity on affordable housing? So I'll move that administration develop an update to the 2019-2022 Affordable Housing Investment Plan to guide the city's investment in affordable housing for 2023-2026 that continues to prioritize supportive housing for the purpose of supporting planning for the next budget cycle. And due date will be Executive Committee, second quarter, right, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
It is, it's on the screen? Okay. Yeah, so the idea.
We need a seconder.
Yeah.
Second. Second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Tang. Thank you. So
Yeah, just do it.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to introduce the item, I'm actually getting more optimistic about our potential partnerships with the federal government, and also I would say with the provincial government, because both of those governments are currently developing or supplementing their long-term strategies to support building more affordable housing and supportive housing. And we're getting good signals, as they have done in the past from the federal government about their ambitions on climate change and their ambitions on affordable housing and ending chronic houselessness over the next number of years. And also, Minister Pond is also developing the affordable housing strategy the province's affordable housing strategy. So I think we need to get ready to take on those opportunities. And this motion will allow us to, if passes, have further discussion for our next budget cycle. We did really good over the last budget cycle by building close to 2,500 affordable housing units and close to 500 supportive housing units. So this will allow us to have that discussion. This is not a funded package or anything. This will allow us to prioritize along with many other things that we will prioritize during our budget discussions. When the report comes back, we can have that discussion. But this time, we're just getting ready. If we are ready and if other governments are ready, how do we tap into those opportunities? Yeah.
Great. Any questions on this motion on the floor from council? Okay, Councillor Rice.
Yes, question to Mr. Mayor. Yeah. And because this motion specifically talk about 2023 and 26 budget cycle, and so it's come across to me this motion is actually intention to increase the budgets and for the next budget cycle. Is that my understanding right?
No, this will allow us to, it says to guide the city's investment. So this will allow us to have that discussion as we lead up into our budget discussion. So this is not approval. This is more about whether council wants to consider as part of the budget discussion, building more affordable housing in the next 4-year cycle.
So by looking at the last budget cycle, 2019-2022, if you look at the number for the affordable housing, how much investment a city already invested. So what's the intention to change that investment plan? And then because it's my observation or based on information I have, city investment for affordable housing and that actually is huge. And like I mentioned last time and in the past few months, and then look at how many $1 million, and then from city's perspective invested this. So I totally understand. Like I said earlier, I care about how we value this strategy to provide actually support for the Edmontonians who need it. But can you tell me more? Because right now our cities invest is already there, and then to me its current investment is planning is working, and then what's the intention to change this investment plan if it's without any increased budget or any decreased budget?
Yeah. So if I could answer that question, right, Councillor Rice.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding is that the 2019-2022 Affordable Housing Investment Plan comes to an end at the 2022. So it will not carry on beyond 2022 if we don't look at opportunities for the next budget cycle. Like, no, Ms. Kazaner, if I'm correct in that assessment.
Yes, I would just say, I mean, we do have a small amount of grant built into the base budget, which would continue regardless, I think, unless council were to change that base. But ultimately, this is a process that we did at the beginning of the last budget cycle because our area always combines one-time and ongoing money, and it can be kind of complicated. So we found it useful for the last council to come forward with an investment plan at the beginning of the budget cycle before the budget deliberations to allow council the opportunity to provide some input and direction that we could then use to shape the budget packages that were included going forward. And so this what the mayor's motion is requesting is a process similar to what was used previously. And I'm not sure if Ms. Padbury wants to add anything to that.
Actually, I would like to add something, Your Worship, which is to say that, I think this is crucial to make sure that we're positioned well for the fall budget so that we have a clear plan, no matter what that plan will be. And, I know it's a long road and it's frustrating, but I think the plan has worked. I think, as demonstrated earlier in the meeting today, the targets that were set by the city have been largely met. And we have to make sure we have super clear targets going forward in every aspect of this. So I think it's absolutely crucial that we do it in order to position ourselves ready for the fall budget.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification and what's the intention for this motion. So thank you, that is clear to me now.
Great, thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Just a quick one to administration for that date. It's essentially 2 weeks after the previous motion. Does it make sense, or do they need to be kind of seen as a sort of a package, or is that okay that they're presented separately?
I would say they're aligned enough that we'll be able to make use of the first one as we put the strategy together for the second one. So I'm not concerned about that, Councillor Tang. I think it'll close enough and they're in the right order.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's it.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Tang. And I see Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward. Returning councillors and administration will readily tell the terrible tales of how challenging it is to move this forward, and the work that administration put in to get the engine rolling so that we are actually experiencing momentum here has been nothing short of incredible. So thank you to the mayor. Thank you to administration. This motion ensures that that work continues to go forward, and we are making incredible progress, and this only takes us further. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Is there anybody else to speak to this motion or any other further questions? Okay, I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And I will pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor, if you're ready for it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'll go back to the screen if there are other council members for any further subsequents on this, or this is the old list, right, Madam Clerk? Okay, got it. That list has disappeared. I see no one else signing up, so we have completed our 6.7. Now we are going into 6.11, designated driver services option. And this is the report from Community and Public Services Committee report. And it was selected by Councillor Wright. And maybe I'll go to committee chair if they want to introduce the item. I think Councillor Cartmel wasn't there, right? Councillor Jans, you were there, right? You want to introduce the item quickly, or? If not, we can go to questions.
Let's go straight to questions.
We had a good discussion
I think it's
there,
fairly self-evident.
Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Wright, you exempted this. I'll go to you.
Okay, thank you. I believe from committee, Councillor Tang had put forward a motion. And I'm not sure whether that's still on the floor for council.
Hold on. Okay, which motion? I'm just going to click on here. This is the recommendation from.
So there was a recommendation made at committee up to Councillor, but Councillor Wright, that doesn't automatically put the motion on the floor. So it's entirely possible that committee wants to put that on the floor, or it's possible that a councillor may have an alternative motion to the motion made at committee, and I will leave it to council.
You want to put it on the floor, Councillor Jans?
I believe I think Councillor Wright has a motion.
Yes, I've got an alternate.
Oh, alternate to this. Okay,
So I think maybe Councillor Wright wants to.
sure.
So if the other motion isn't coming before council, then I will put forward the motion. I provided it to the clerk.
But this is, just hold on before you do that. This is the recommendation from committee, so for committee to council. The motion that is, there's the recommendation from committee to council. So that is not on the floor yet, because no one has moved that, right, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay. And if no one moves that, Councillor Wright can put her motion, then this motion, the recommendation for the committee becomes redundant.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, I just want to understand that I just want to understand the process. So is committee okay with that? All right, Councillor Wright, you can make your motion.
Okay, so the motion that I would like to put on the floor is that administration include regulations to align designated drivers and service providers and businesses under Vehicle for Hire bylaw 17400.
Okay, would you like to introduce the item? So can we just wait, we'll get it on the screen first.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford seconded it.
So because of the services that are provided under the designated driver are similar to the Vehicle for Hire, they already align their insurance requirements to what's covered under section 29.1 in the bylaw, and pretty well follow all the other guidelines. I just feel that the designated drivers should be aligned under the current bylaws 17400.
Okay, we're just waiting for the motion to be put on the board, Councillor Wright.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll wait for other council members to sign up. Here we are. It is on the board. Now, the administration include regulations to align designated drivers and services provider business under Vehicle for Hire. Okay, got it. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I know this is a little bit different because I was ready to vote on the other item. Do we have any part of when this was first brought up during the last term? I was a little hesitant about this approach because what I was worried about is if this would actually discourage designated driving services from operating, which clearly is not an outcome we're looking for. But I was just wondering, maybe from a MIN's perspective, did you get any sense of if going down this path? I know you've provided considerations in the report about why we wouldn't do this. But was that does that come up at all? I'm just really concerned about that piece.
Councillor Knack, I think that's a good thing to be concerned about because we want to encourage people to use these types of services when they're not able to drive their vehicle. It's a safer option for them. And this is why we recommended that one of the reasons we recommend that we maintain current regulations. This industry is really demonstrating a very high level of self-regulation, and we don't see the need to add this into the Vehicle for Hire bylaw.
Is it fair, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I sort of read through the options, again, option 3 is the status quo. Option 1 felt like more, but less more, if you will, than option 2. Less, ask for a police check, which I think isn't a bad idea, but maybe wasn't as extensive as option 2. Is that fair?
Ms. Petrin, could you weigh in there?
Yes, Councillor Knack, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. So I guess the question is, if we were going to go with an option, recognizing your original recommendation was option 3, would you prefer to start with sort of almost a stepped approach and go to option one in terms of implementation, in terms of monitoring to see how it works, to see if we're solving a problem that is potentially arising from these motions, or is option two as easy to implement in your mind?
Councillor Knack, I would say that option 2 is not as easy to implement as option 1, which was for the police information check. The vehicle for hire bylaw is for passenger related services, and designated drivers is not the same in terms of the drivers going in a personal vehicle. So there is a bit more engagement and analysis that we need to do to best figure out how to fit this type of service in the vehicle for hire bylaw.
Okay.
The alternative would be using the business license bylaw and requiring the police information check and insurance. But again, I just reiterate, our recommendation is to maintain the current regulations.
Yeah, I absolutely understand that piece. So I guess maybe to the mover, and I'm wondering if you have any information, because that is still my biggest concern, what I mentioned earlier, which is, does going down this, number one, is there a problem we're trying to solve? And if there is this the right solution? And do we know about any potential unintended consequences of actually getting less designated driver services on the road? Do we have any data or anything to inform, and so to the mover first, I think?
So from my understanding from the businesses that are self-regulating, I don't believe that there is any obstacles in the way for them. I think the one obstacle that's in the way for them, if we don't go this route, is being able to get proper insurance or reasonable insurance coverage as a vehicle for hire, as opposed to some insurance companies were classifying them at higher risk ratings, I guess, because they weren't in a designated risk rating as a vehicle for hire.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess I'm nearing the end of time. I'll speak to the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you. My question's to administration. So you mentioned in your last response around the preference is to keep the regulation as it is, but there might be opportunity within the business scene license. Could you elaborate on whether that would need a motion, or like where that would be covered off as well, and why maybe the bylaw might not be the most appropriate place from your perspective?
Councillor Rutherford, an alternative we would suggest is using the business license bylaw as the tool to further regulate the designated driver service, as opposed to the vehicle for hire bylaw. And so we can establish conditions on a business license. One of them being a police information check was discussed at committee. Alternatively, also including insurance or insurance requirements. And so we don't have any other businesses or business licenses that we do require proof of insurance for business licenses. Those are often operational or business level decisions. But if that's the direction of council, I would just suggest that, yes, we do need a motion to inform the work associated to make that happen.
Okay, so and then my second question is, because vehicle for hire would assume that there would be an exchange of finances, but like, is it my understanding that often the designated driver services is voluntary? Is there any nuance or complexities around that? A volunteer nonprofit-based organization versus hire?
I believe there's a mixture in the industry, and our understanding is there are two companies operating in this space right now, and both have insurance.
Yeah, they have insurance, but do they charge people for their services?
Some do, yes.
Okay. And I know that at the committee meeting, there was discussion about kind of what Grand Prairie has done around this and that they did put this into their bylaw. Do we know how that's been working for them? Do we have any kind of update on that since our committee discussion?
Ms. Peter, do you have any further information related to Grand Prairie's experience for their additional regulation?
No, what we have seen is that Grand Prairie has taken a choice to regulate in areas where other jurisdiction exists, which is provincial jurisdiction relating to insurance. And that is one of the reasons why we recommended not to enter into the insurance area, because this is provincial jurisdiction. And it would be creating additional red tape and layers for businesses to access prior to gaining their license. So right now they are required to get a business license, and no other business has to show proof of insurance under the business license bylaw.
Councillor Rutherford, if I just may add, that if we will, as part of the business licenses, we don't need a motion to look at doing police checks. We can do that. We think it's a good idea that came out of committee, and we will do that. The thing that we would need a motion for is to add for the insurance check. And it would be administration's recommendation that if that is to be done, it's done as part of the business bylaw, not the vehicle for hire, but we wouldn't recommend that it is done at all.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity. And so I guess my question to the mover is, could you just speak to, I know you kind of introduced it, but what benefits you think will come out of it and why this tool is sort of the one you've selected for this, these objectives?
Sure. So it's my understanding that under the current bylaw, under section 29.1, that the insurance coverage is already included in there. So I don't think it would be a duplication or in contradiction of any provincial, and maybe administration can let me know if I'm incorrect in that. And the other benefit by having these types of services included under the bylaw, we also discussed at our previous committee and council meetings on the vehicle for hire accessibility training. So then the designated drivers would also would fall under that requirement as well. And dealing with people that are, maybe intoxicated, where, some of that awareness and training might also be beneficial for the designated drivers as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. My time's up.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I'm actually just speaking to this since I was the one who put forward the other option at committee. But I'm ready to support the one that Councillor Wright has put forward. So just when the time comes to it.
Sorry, Karen, I was distracted. So you're speaking to this later on, or you have no?
Yes, correct.
Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just looking for clarity, because I think I've heard some potentially contradictory advice there. I just need to know, is there going to be a motion that's required in order to amend the business license bylaw to incorporate the requirement for businesses to obtain the police check? Or is there going to have to be direction there?
No, we will do that. We will do that anyway. We're going to do that anyway as a result of the conversation at committee.
Okay, so then I guess
the insurance part is the big one for us in terms of we need to engage with the sector. We'd have to do work around that, whether it's part of the vehicle for hire or business license bylaw.
Right, and I guess I'm just referring to option one that was in the report. So I guess that does not include the insurance piece, correct? So that, I guess the intention of option one and the recommendation coming up from committee, does that require a motion?
So at committee, Councillor Salvador, Administration was focused on keeping this business licensed under the business license bylaw. And that is where a large portion of the conversation was held. This motion looks to move this category to a whole new bylaw. And therefore, there is more work, more engagement, more analysis that needs to be done, as this motion is only pertaining to one service provider, but it ultimately changes what we define a vehicle for hire provider to be. Because a vehicle for hire driver is driving a vehicle for hire, but under the designated driver service, the driver is driving an individual's personal vehicle. And so this motion will change how we have to look at and define certain aspects within that bylaw, and it will require a very comprehensive review about impact. However, if we were to maintain the regulation within the business license bylaw, some of those aspects that are desired under the vehicle for hire bylaw could still be applied to the business license bylaw categories.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. That really helps. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So, Councillor Knack to speak or questions?
Just to speak.
And Councillor Wright to questions or to close?
I did just have a question.
Just hold on then.
Clarification to administration.
Okay, you introduced the item. You haven't had a chance to ask questions yet, right? I understand?
Correct.
Okay, so you're on your first round then. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify, I guess, with administration that under the current vehicle for hire bylaw, that the insurance is covered off and it follows either the driver or the vehicle. And I'm just flipping through it again because I know I thought I read it before, but if you could just clarify that the current bylaw covers the driver or the vehicle.
Counselor Wright, it's Nancy Jacobson with Legal Services. The way insurance works in the vehicle for hire bylaw is that it essentially requires operators to have the right type of insurance based on the model they're operating. So obviously there's a fundamental difference between how transportation network vehicles are insured versus how traditional taxis are insured. So the bylaw says that based on the type of operation you have to have insurance that complies with Alberta law. That's the bare summary of what it does.
Okay, but I thought I had read earlier in there that it covers either the driver and or the vehicle. So would it not be transferable if the designated driver was driving the patron's vehicle as well?
So that isn't something that our bylaw is going to affect in any way, shape, or form. All of the automobile insurance rules and who is covered and to what limits they're covered is all covered by provincial regulation. So yes, when someone else drives a personal vehicle, if there's no exceptional circumstances at play, there usually is coverage, but none of that is imposed by our bylaw. It operates by way of provincial law.
Okay, I'm just, because I have found it here under 29.1-2 where it says the insurance may be satisfied by a valid insurance policy held by the driver of a vehicle or the owner of the vehicle.
Yes, you are correct, because that is something that provincial law allows. So what we've done in that bylaw is said you can provide proof that you have adequate insurance by providing us anything that would be acceptable at a provincial level. And both of those options that you see there are taken straight out of provincial language. So it is a situation where we have taken a provincial rule and replicated it in our bylaw to check for it at the time of application. And for on-street enforcement, we haven't created new rules in this space.
Okay, so it is currently covered in the bylaw.
By way of reminding them of provincial law, but we're not actually imposing additional requirements.
Okay, so there's nothing additional that would be needed to be done to the bylaw except to include the designated driver service.
So we would
under the current regulations.
Yes, if we brought it to bring them into the bylaw, we would need to bring them into scope because they are currently not in terms of how it's defined, which isn't a problem. We can absolutely do that. What we would need, I would suggest, what would be helpful is direction from committee. And from those of you that are very familiar with vehicle for hire, there are actually two models with which we license and regulate vehicles for hire. One is the very more direct model, where we actually issue licenses for every driver, for every vehicle, and we check all of that annually, and they come through the city to obtain that information, and we check all of their requirements to ensure they follow our bylaw and anything else. The other model is where we place the obligations on the dispatcher, and they are responsible for following all of those requirements. They obtain a provincial license, and we check by way of auditing as we do on-street enforcement. Helpful direction from committee today, or from council today, sorry, would be to tell us which of those models you are thinking of, because that informs, one, how much work eventually transfers down to administration in terms of administering, and how we structure those amendments, because they are two very different approaches.
So by aligning it under the vehicle for hire bylaw, that reduces the amount of work that administration has to do putting it on to the dispatcher rather than having to do each individual business license. Is that right?
If your direction is to use that model under the vehicle for hire bylaw, yes, the dispatchers would be responsible and we would perform some auditing and enforcement functions, but we wouldn't be engaging with every individual driver. There is one of those models where we do engage with every individual driver under vehicle for hire. So it would be helpful to confirm through your direction today that you would like to adopt a model that is similar to how we regulate transportation network vehicles, not traditional taxis.
Okay, so what I'm proposing here, this motion is this not sufficient for you to?
I would like a few more words, if that's your model, and if that's where council is agreeing that they would like to go down the model of it being more like our transportation network vehicles, I would like to see that stated, that we will align this with the current requirements for transportation network vehicles under this bylaw. And that's not perfect, but that gives me personally enough direction to be able to prepare you amendments that will achieve what I've heard today.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm just trying to get a handle on this debate. So what I'm hearing from the mover, and this is a question to the mover, is that you're looking to essentially allow the designated driver services an easier time of getting insurance so that they can so that they can operate safely. And you're proposing that by amending the vehicle for hire bylaw and classifying them as a vehicle for hire, they would have an easier time of getting insurance. Is that correct?
Well, that's one benefit for them. I think it also pulls it into sort of the primary purpose of their business. So not just moving the vehicle, but moving the driver as well safely. And then also being under the same bylaw as other vehicles for hire. Again, they would also be required to complete the hopefully soon to be completed accessibility and awareness training that's coming out from our other motions that was approved at council.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to so I guess maybe what I'm sticky on is that is the vehicle for hire bylaw the best avenue by which to accomplish these goals? Because, and maybe I'll turn to Ms. Jacobson and Ms. Peter, who were speaking. So some of this can be regulated under the business licensing bylaw, correct?
You can put either of this in either bylaw, Councillor Hamilton, and it won't change the effect or the outcome in terms of the legal impact.
Okay, but the main consideration was around insurance. Would classifying designated driver services as a vehicle for hire locally affect the provincial ability to get a certain type of insurance?
I don't know that I have that answer for you. I would be surprised if it has a tremendously significant impact, but I would have to get back to you on that one. Apologies.
I mean, it sounds like there's still a lot of questions about this, and opening the vehicle for hire bylaw, there's some unintended consequences. For instance, between volunteer and non-volunteer driven services. I might suggest that this maybe get referred back to administration for more insight, because I think that there's a lot of questions here. It's going to continue to drive questions, and I don't know that we're going to get a really clear answer on this. I'm going to move referral to administration.
Okay, we need a seconder.
Second.
Seconded, Councillor Cardamel?
Yep.
Good. Okay, we have a referral. We have a referral motion on the floor.
Yeah, so just when it gets sent back to administration, what would you like administration to do?
Provide more clarification on the implications on the amending the vehicle for hire bylaw and other related issues. Okay. Any questions on the referral? Just waiting for the deck to be cleared, so if there is anyone else. I see no one for referral motion.
I can speak to that.
You want to speak to referral motion, Councillor Tang?
Yeah, if that's okay. I mean, I would rather not see this being referred.
Go ahead.
And just want an opportunity to kind of explain why I withdrew my motion from committee. So I think if I may, can I speak now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of mention around volunteer-driven organization. I don't believe we currently have any in Edmonton, actually. And so this is it is for hiring. It is a paid service. And I think it was interesting during committee that the two topics were actually juxtaposed side by side, vehicle for hire and a designated driver. And I think there's some critical differences. There's some obvious ones, but I want to point out a few that perhaps wasn't really highlighted. With the vehicle for hire, we heard from such an assortment of speakers on some of the challenges and abuse and just accidents that have heard, that we clearly saw there was a problem, and therefore we need to do something to resolve it. With designated driver, I felt it was there was not the same kind of gender-based analysis that was applied in this case. We had one speaker from the two companies, which now I believe is no longer two, it's actually many more, given kind of the freedom to restart this business post-COVID. This is a largely women-run company compared to some of the companies for vehicle for hire. These drivers are driving patrons who are under very vulnerable situations. Many of them are women. And I think and just because there hasn't been the same kind of problem being reported, I'm not sure why we need to wait for a problem to arise to then resolve an issue. To the case of Grand Prairie and what is happening with the provincial legislation, my understanding as well is with Grand Prairie, they went ahead because there are gaps within the current provincial legislation. And what this option would do is actually close that gap. My initial intention with putting forward option one is to step up on our, I guess, business regulation, but without as much red tape. But after reflecting on this, meeting, I also feel like, if the end goal is the same as, we discussed essentially the whole day around, services that transport people safely and accessibly to places, then I think we need to, I think we need to kind of give this issue the same kind of attention, which I didn't feel it had during committee. I guess so for all those reasons, I felt comfortable for withdrawing my motion at the time, and I actually feel like I'm comfortable with resolving this today. So I would not be supporting referring it later.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice? Questions or speaking?
Just to speak.
Go ahead.
So my points for this speech already reflect and in Councillor Tan's speech. I'm aligned with what's the points she mentioned there and how important the work we're going there. So actually, I'm ready to, and I feel comfortable to support the motion is not support the motion refer back to administration. I just want to give my comments on that with this speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And Councillor Wright, you want to speak to this or you have questions on referral?
Yes. So in regards to the referral motion, just to pick up on what Councillor Tang had said, the volunteer service was Operation Red Nose, which I think has been defunct now for about 8 or 9 years, and that was only during the holiday season. This is a year-round service, and I think by incorporating this into the current bylaw, it is less onerous on administration overall. So I think it's a smoother process to keep it under the vehicle for hire bylaw. So I would like to see some action done on this now rather than another referral.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. See no more. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to close or ready to vote?
We're good.
Ready to vote? Okay, please vote on the referral motion.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Motion passes 8-5. Okay. So we are done with the 6.11. And now we go to 6.12. Tax notice format, education tax information. This was, as a chair, I will introduce this. This was at a committee, and we have very robust discussion. And we passed a motion asking administration to insert 2 different notices in the same envelope. And I think administration has come up with some little very catchy information to raise awareness. That is part of the report. So I know this was exempted by Councillor Wright, and I will go to Councillor Wright on this first.
Hi, I just selected it just because I did have a couple questions for administration. So I don't really want to introduce it or anything. I just want to go ahead and ask the questions. Can we, I think you specified in the sample, it was for public and Catholic, sorry, for the provincial education tax portion, it was for public and Catholic school boards, but can we also add in the Francophone and the charter schools on that? I think that's also included, is it not?
To the mayor, are we able to give a short presentation or are we going straight to questions? My apologies, I just joined.
I don't think we had already had a presentation at the committee, right? So we don't need a presentation if we just could answer the questions.
No, we didn't make a presentation. We have a presentation for you now if you would like to hear it.
Would council members want a presentation?
I'm assuming it's a short presentation.
Is it? Councillor Principe want a presentation?
I would like to see. Here, yes.
Okay, all right. We'll just pause the questions then, Councillor Wright. We'll go to presentation from admin. Go ahead.
Thank you. To the next slide, please. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to this motion. On March 9th, the Executive Committee did pass this to ask administration to send separate municipal and provincial tax bills in a single envelope. So I would like very much to provide some further information about the implications of this motion for your consideration as we consider this. Next slide, please. Property taxes, as you know, are quite a complex subject, particularly for individuals whose only interaction with the property tax system is when they receive their annual assessment or tax notice. Each year, we do seek to improve the clarity of the information we provide and how we provide it. However, we are constrained by the legislative requirements of what must be included on the tax notice. Administration's primary concern is with ensuring that the tax bill is easy to understand and easy to pay. The motion calls for a significant change to the format of our tax notice, which has been developed using focus testing to ensure ease of understanding for taxpayers. We are, sorry, I'm being pinged and it's a little distracting. We are a bit concerned here that this change of this magnitude essentially is going to increase the confusion experienced by taxpayers in this space, in not understanding why exactly they are receiving now 2 notices instead of 1. It does actually create some legal risk, and we do know that it will result in greater administrative costs. So it would also likely increase the number of property owners that end up incurring penalties because they may inadvertently pay late or they may make incomplete payments, not understanding what the meaning is of the different things that appear on each page. So we have conducted extensive usability testing when we designed our current tax notice, and we have done some follow-up surveys to ensure that it does continue to work well for taxpayers, and those have proven very positive. We have positive results here. So in order to mitigate the risk in the potential new design, we are going to undertake additional usability testing. And if we do uncover challenges, we will return to council. Next slide, please. So a little bit of the background on the education property tax is essentially it's a flow-through tax. The province bills the city 4 times a year, and the city remits approximately 1/4 of the total education tax requisition in each payment. The first of these 2 arrive in March and June before the city has had an opportunity to collect property taxes from property owners. So then we add to each property tax bill the amount the individual taxpayer owes the city to reimburse the past 2 education property tax payments that the city made on behalf of its taxpayers to the province, and the remaining 2 that are still outstanding. So this is to say that the province leans on the city's tax and collection system to levy and collect from property owners and does not administer the tax at the individual level at all, instead choosing to bill the city directly and to rely on the city to manage the taxing and collection from property owners. We are concerned that with a double-page tax notice, each that would have a distinctive tax amount and payee, taxpayers may end up paying one amount directly to the province or miss payment entirely, which would incur them penalty costs, or pay the province twice. This may create confusion and frustration, which could have a negative impact on the city's reputation. Next slide, please. The Municipal Government Act does require that we send only a single tax notice containing both the provincial and the municipal property tax amounts. So the City of Edmonton's Law Branch has reviewed the situation of using tax notices containing 2 pages and is of the opinion that it may still constitute a legal notice. However, the larger the distinction between the first and the second pages, so the more that we attempt to make the first page appear municipal and the second page appear provincial, the greater the increase of risk that the notice be considered actually 2 notices and thus rendering both notices invalid. For example, 2 separate bills would likely be considered 2 notices. So we could mitigate some of this risk by including a single total that combines both education and municipal taxes, even if we send separate documents for municipal and educational portions. But we feel that this would increase the complication and the confusion that taxpayers may experience in receipt of these notices. Next slide, please. So what other things to consider in terms of administration this way is that our computer system is unable to apportion penalties and arrears. So any penalties and arrears that are incurred would appear on just one of the two notices, and this would be the municipal notice, and it would end up looking like, although the arrear is on both municipal and provincial, it is just a municipal owing amount. And as mentioned at Executive Committee, doubling the size of each tax notice will result in additional mailing costs, and it will definitely increase the administrative effort required, since a larger number of notices will need to be manually inserted into the envelopes, which is already quite a procedure that we go through each mailing cycle. We do expect an increased call volume to 311 and to councillors' offices. And if the provincial notice does not get paid, there may be an increased number of requests to council to forgive the penalties, because we cannot forgive them under our delegated duties at the moment. So because of the increased complexity, we would anticipate a larger volume of payments and payment reminder notices to be required, and this would also incur additional printing and postage costs. The other thing to note is that at current levels, provincial tax is about a third less than municipal tax. So efforts to separate the municipal and provincial tax may actually highlight the fact that the municipal property taxes are higher and are also increasing each year more than the provincial property tax is increasing. So although the education tax pays for only a portion of the province's schooling costs, while the municipal tax pays for the majority of the 72 services that the City of Edmonton provides its residents, a council may want to consider whether highlighting the difference in the amounts is the message that you want to convey. And with that, thank you very much, and very happy to take the questions that you have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Well, in order to have a discussion on this, we need a motion on the floor.
I'll move the motion as recommended.
Okay, you are moving the recommendation from the committee, Councillor Knack?
Seconded.
Got it. Thank you. All right, now we go to questions. So please focus your questions on the motion on the floor. Number of questions that we may have were already asked and answered in the Executive Committee meeting, and number of questions are also answered in this presentation. So I hope that we focus on the whether we want to have two separate documents in the same envelope starting in 2023 tax year. That is the motion on the floor. So please keep your questions on that. Councillor Wright.
Well, my question's centered on the content of it, so I guess it's not related to the motion on the floor, so I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I do have a few questions regarding this motion. To administration, and then how long an administration implement the one document and the one single envelope? For how many years in Edmonton already?
Councillor Rice, we have only ever sent one tax notice.
So use this same method and for so far, and it will always use that way. So how many complaint or how many confusing voice we received, and with the current one single notice with one envelope?
Councillor, we receive questions and queries and complaints every single year related to the assessment and property taxation process. If your question is related to how frequently we get questioned on the difference between municipal and educational tax, we do receive these questions, but they are definitely a very small subsection of the other questions or the total questions that we get each year relating to assessment and taxation.
So if that is the case, and based on the presentation, the information administration provided, why do we need to change this to the two separate documents? And is there
That
any-
is a question to administration or to the mover.
So, and then if we look at the implication to our majority of Edmontonians, and two separate documents, and it will reduce so many confusion and the legal issue and cost issue, incomplete taxpayer, and why do we need to process this? And I just have this question, and so
my understanding is that council would like to underscore the difference between the municipal property taxation amount and the provincial property taxation amount. And the motion is speaking to one way of doing that is creating two separate documents within one envelope. From the administration perspective, we believe we can underscore that difference if that is what council would like us to do using other methods. However, you know, I can't really speak to the mover's intention here.
Okay, thank you. So is that possible? Is that possible? Administration investigate some different methods of better communicating that education tax is collected on behalf of the province without increased overall cost, because this motion related to overall cost, and then. So, like for example, the options administration provided the two options and one option, and then in that table is demonstrated very clear, and we have different options and can avoid all those risks our city is facing.
We can in this tax year make some adjustments to the messaging we have on our current tax notice. We have some latitude, I mean, just given timelines and how late we are already in the process, but we do have some latitude to use the reverse side of the tax notice to do more messaging, particularly explaining the differentiation between a property tax that the municipality receives and the benefits of that, and the property tax that gets paid to the province and where that money goes. We can do that this year for no extra cost. If we wanted to explore changing messaging for the next tax year up to and including creating two separate documents, more work will need to be done. We would not have enough time to get that done this year, and it would cost, yes.
Yes, because this year the tax assessment notice already sent out, and this is just for next year, 2023. So if that's the case, that is my question, and then Mr. Mayor, and then I would like to put a motion on the floor, but I don't know the process.
No, we have a motion on the floor
at
this time, but later on you can, once this is dealt with, if you want to make a subsequent motion, you'll be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a sample of how possibly we could do the tax form different to make it more understandable for people? You know, Ms. Watt, you had mentioned about putting more information on the back, but I can tell you that I don't think that that's a good solution. I think people don't want to read the fine print. They want to see it clear and easily, maybe highlighted. There are other ways that I think we can communicate this better and still make it more economical as well. Is that a possibility?
Understanding your question, Councillor Principe, we can't do very much on the front of the notice. There's a large number of legislative requirements in terms of what must appear. And because we have one consistent notice that we send to every property tax owner, when properties get complex, that real estate on that front page can get quite, there's a lot of information there. So we do really use the back in order to convey additional information. We can, however, explore for next year an insert. This year we have an insert going into our tax notice describing or updating citizens and property owners on changes to the bylaw. We could do something similar next year but really highlighting the difference between what the services received for a municipal tax levy versus the provincial education tax, if that is something that council would like us to do.
And councillor, in addition to that, for this year, our intention is to do social media orientation to your tax bill so that Edmontonians are advised of what they're getting and what it represents. So that would be in a different realm, not on paper, but it would support tax communication.
And just, if I could add, councillor, the front of the tax assessment does say pretty clearly, provincial education taxes collected on behalf of the government of Alberta on the front page, where that total is listed. So.
Yeah, I do see that. Still, I think that that can get mixed, just get kind of all combined too easily. What about even something on the envelope in the front to clarify that a portion of these taxes do go to the government of Alberta?
Councillor, at this point in our printing process, I don't believe that we would be able to do that this year, but we could explore for sure for 2023 and going forward.
Okay, yeah, those were my only points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I would really like to conclude this item before noon, so please focus on your focus questions on the motion on the floor. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to confirm, I think in our previous meeting, we were told that there could be just a single bank charge, but I heard in this presentation that there would have to be 2 bank charges. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry if I was unclear. We need 1 bank charge. What we're concerned about is the format that we're contemplating by separating 2 different amounts may result in a taxpayer thinking that they need to make 2 separate payments. That is going to be administratively very difficult to manage. What we do find that happens each year is that some taxpayers end up paying, for example, the federal government when they receive their municipal and provincial education tax bills. So sort of confusion around how to pay a bill does exist within our community as it stands right now. And we are concerned that this may lead to further confusion by having 2 separate amounts and not having it explicitly clear how much each and to which payee this must go. We would need to do quite a lot of work in order to be able to make sure that this is both legally a tax notice, a tax bill, and also that the amounts owing where are very clear.
Okay, thank you. No, that clarifies that for me. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
I'm just to speak to it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans.
To speak to it.
All right, so I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, this was discussed heavily at exec, and I did not support it at exec. I will continue to not support it here. I do not think that the value of addressing the issue, which is confusion, is addressed in any way by creating 2 separate notices. In fact, I think that this might be an example of the solution actually creating more problems than actually alleviating the problem we're trying to alleviate. And I think that Ms. Owen brought up some really great ideas and suggestions at executive committee to highlight how we could be better communicating, like exploring the insert of a little leaflet or something like that, which I think would create those same outcomes. But I am very, very much heeding the concerns and apprehension from administration on this one. And I do think it is going to potentially end up costing us more than even that dollar amount of just that printing. And we have a fiduciary duty to be able to communicate really well to our community, but also to handle our tax dollars efficiently. And I do not see the value for money from this proposed motion on the floor, and so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor, who else is there to speak? Councillor I just want to say a few words, Councillor Rutherford.
So take
No,
it.
I supported this at the executive committee, and hearing more information. And also actually what changed my mind was the infographic, the chai pie chart that administration actually sent out to us, clearly indicating that 26% of the taxes that we collect from homeowners go to fund provincial operations and or go to the province. I think that was telling. I think that's the kind of information we need to communicate to residents instead of sending two separate notices that may cause more confusion. So I think that pie chart is a powerful tool. There are other tools that we can develop that are more catchy, very simple for people to understand, and easy to do and easy to communicate that we can highlight through our channels. I think if we do that, if that doesn't work, maybe we can look at other options. So I'm changing my mind from what I supported at committee meeting because based on the information that later shared with us from administration, better communication tools. Yeah, okay, and I will take the chair back.
So given.
And I will go to Councillor Knack to close.
No, thank you. I think we've debated it.
So please, I'll call the vote.
Councillor Paquette?
No, it's not showing up. I am a no.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Councillor Rice, you have a subsequent motion? You're muted.
Yes, I do. And do I need to click the request here?
Yeah, if you could.
So scrolling down doesn't allow me to click requested. Yes, I do have the subsequent motion here. So this subsequent motion, I'm open and to our council colleagues to make a little bit of change based on council's wish and with the cost or without cost. So I'm give option one. I move the administration, including with the 2023 municipal and provincial education tax notice, and insert, and for the purpose of better illustrate the provincial education tax reconciliation is provincial tax and not municipal. So this is just for the insert. So another option.
Just hold on, Councillor Rice. We need to see the motion first, as also we need a seconder as well, right?
Second.
Second, Councillor Knack. Okay. All right. So if we could put the motion on the deck, please.
Yeah, we're just putting it up, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
go ahead, Councillor Rice. In the meantime, you can introduce it. Continue to introduce it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this motion intention is just address the risk already presented by administration, and also give the benefits to our Edmontonians. Very clear notice and also very clear communication message to demonstrate education, provincial education tax, and we're doing this on behalf of them. And then I'm open to my colleagues to make any change. And so this motion also align with the option one administration presented earlier, and with little cost in. And so if we would like to have without cost, just for the pilot and for 2023, and we can do and without cost as well.
Can I call?
Thank Councillor Rice. Just a quick clarification. So you're looking at is municipal notice as it is now, but an additional insert that will explain the provincial education tax requisition, right?
Yes, on the same notice.
In the same envelope, but on a different different piece of paper.
No, same like tax notice and one document, same documents, and then same envelope.
I'm just seeking some clarification from City Clerk.
So Councillor Rice, what you said, I just want to make sure that I've got this correctly. So What you're asking is basically for an insert to be added into the single municipal and provincial tax notice that goes out
Yes.
for 2023. So you're not asking us to change anything that's in the tax notice, but you want an additional piece of paper put in the same envelope. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, and it's also relay on the definition of administration for the insert. And because we were provided this example last time, and then back to the earlier meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, and I just found that is easier for us to do.
Yeah. So I understand what it is now. The tax notice, except it's one piece of paper, and insert with more information as a second piece of paper in the same envelope, right? Got it. Okay, we are gonna be, Councillor Wright, you have a quick clarifying questions on that, or go ahead, Councillor Wright?
Yes, I just wanted to ask if that insert is only going to state that what's provincial and what's municipal, or is there going to be more information as to what, how the municipal is distributed?
That's to admin.
Either to admin
Councillor-
or to the mover.
I'm happy to take that on, Councillor. As you perhaps recall from the March 11th memo to Council, there was a sample insert which shows the breakdown of how municipal taxes are divided up, which we think is of value in addition to that larger issue of breaking down the provincial portion and the municipal portion.
So does that need to be indicated in the motion, or is that the intent that will be done?
Catherine, you're muted.
No, that was me just pausing. Sorry, Mayor Sohi. In fact, if council just directs us to have an orientation to your taxes in the tax envelope, I'm not sure that the council needs to direct the content.
Yeah, and if I could just, oh, sorry, go ahead, Catherine, finish.
I was just going to say, if the intent is to clarify, we can take that on without further guidance.
Yeah, if I could just add, Your Worship, I'm getting just a little worried about the level of direction we're getting from our governors now. We're literally now talking about individual pieces of paper going into envelopes. And our job is to provide tax assessment. If you want us to be clearer, if you want us to have better communications, those I would recommend are good sort of governor-driven motions, but to literally ask us to put a specific piece of paper in the hand is quite frankly and respectfully, a level of micromanagement that I believe goes beyond the role of governors, with all due respect.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wright, thank you for that, Andre, for clarifying that. Councillor Wright, more questions? Seeing none? Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I was actually trying to call a point of order earlier with that exact thing. I think we are wading into operations as opposed to governance, and it's concerning. I guess my question for Ms. Owen or Mr. Corbold is, do you need council direction though, because there seems to be a budget implication to that based on the report? There was $21,000 was indicated in that chart.
No, I don't believe we need any council direction. It's well within my delegated authority as city manager if need be. And I think through the course of this discussion, we've got a real clear intent in terms of being clear to Edmontonians, and we will do our best with what we can do this year and certainly more in 2023. And we'll be able to provide an update to council what that will look like later as well.
Okay.
Sorry. Pardon? Okay, can I move orders of the day to extend to complete this item?
Motion? Sure, if you're the only one to speak,
Second.
otherwise I'll be going to a break. Second by Councillor Wright. Okay. Rice, sorry. Wright, quickly, please, just to extend the order to finish this item. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
So, Councillor, to the mover, based on what you've heard, Is there any desire to withdraw this motion based on the feedback from administration?
So I actually appreciate the clarification because I thought my motion, I worked with administration is to align with the option administration provides. But right now with the first motion is defeated, I'm happy just to move the information received and from reports from administration.
So
And
you,
withdraw the
so you're
motion right
withdrawing
now.
the motion? Everybody,
And then I'm happy to move that.
yeah, just, we have to withdraw it first. We need a consent of council. Everyone cool with withdrawing? Everyone seems cool to withdrawing, so we don't need a vote, right, to withdraw, Madam Clerk? Or do we need a vote to withdraw?
No, if it's with unanimous
Yeah,
consent.
if it's
happy to take it
unanimous,
off.
nobody objects to, okay, good. Motion is withdrawn. Councillor Paquette, you don't have any questions on the withdrawal, what questions you have? No, the motion is withdrawn.
No, Mr. Mayor, I was just hoping that we would do this.
Good,
a while
thank you
ago.
so
Thank you.
much. All right, everyone, thank you so much. And now we're done, right? On this item, or do we need to motion anything?
The item has been dealt with.
Yeah, item is dealt with, Councillor Rice. You don't have to move to receive it for information, because this is
okay.
already dealt with. Good, all right.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll be back at 1:30. would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Hello, I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
We have estimated 1,308 days left in this term, so let's make it count.
1,308, including today? All right, so we are done with the 6.12. We are going into 6.13. I understand that Councillor Cartmel does have a subsequent motion related to this, and this was an item at the executive committee meeting, and I'll ask if anyone from the committee or council would like to move the recommendation. Anybody move the recommendation in 6.13? Can people hear me, Councillor Knack?
Yeah, I was going to defer to Councillor Cartmel if he wanted to move the recommendation.
Councillor Cartmel?
Well, I'm happy to, but I thought it was coming from committee, and I'm not on that committee.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure what process we're following here.
You go ahead, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay, well then I'll move the recommendation in the report.
Thank
I
you.
have a subsequent motion.
Yes,
though,
I
so
know, yeah, I'll come to that, yeah.
All right.
That was kind of wondering, like if Councillor Cartmel moves it, right? And it's a subsequent is after we pass it, right? So he can still make a subsequent, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, got it, good, okay. All right,
I'll second his motion.
Councillor Cartmel, sorry, Councillor Cartmel moved, Councillor Knack seconded it. Any questions? I'm just waiting for the screen to pop up. Seeing none, I will call, sorry, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so Councillor Rice,
I-
if I just could ask everyone to, because this is an environmental assessment report, right? So if we could focus our questions on the environmental assessment only, if they're budget-related questions, they were kind of tackled earlier on as part of the budget approval, right? So just around environmental assessment for all council members to ask questions. So go ahead, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then, so I selected this item and then back to executive committee meeting, and because I did have questions on that. And then, like you mentioned, these two technical documents and then thousands of pages. And then at the beginning, I was not aware of, and then any like this type of technical documents needs to be selected and for ask questions. And then I have follow-up meetings with administration team and specific to answer my questions regarding the project, regarding these two documents. I just want to clarify today, I don't have questions. I just want to explain and why I selected these items, and then to help me to make that informed decision to answer certain questions. And because I do heard some voice and from my words, I believe it's my responsibility and to get the voice and get the question answered, and then to communicate back and to my constituents. That is why I selected.
Yeah.
And then I just want to indicate that.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Seeing no more questions, I will call the vote. Just before we call the vote, I know, sorry, Councillor Cartmel, you wanna speak to this, or you wanna come to subsequent out right after?
Subsequent after. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Good. So call the vote, please.
We will recall and resend out the vote.
Okay. Here you go. We got it now.
Just waiting for one more vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I've shared my subsequent motion with the clerk, so perhaps that could be put up.
We're just loading it up, Councillor Cartmel.
Okay. So I'll read this in, Mayor Sohi. My subsequent motion is that administration provide a report to committee outlining options, including preliminary cost estimates, to realign the dedicated southbound transit lane from White Mud Drive to Terwilliger Drive, which is currently an element of Phase 2 of the Terwilliger Drive project, so as to preserve as much of an existing green space as possible. So I'll explain. I need a seconder, first of all.
We need a seconder for the motion.
Second.
Subsequent, Councillor
Tang.
Councillor Tang.
Thank you. So just by way of quick introduction, where Terwilliger Drive meets White Mud Drive, the two roads meet, and there's essentially an accidental meadow or green space that is adjacent to the roadways. There's a number of residents and properties that back onto that green space. It is essentially an accidental green space. It is very much within the roadway allowance and part of the road, the space dedicated to the road. At one time, the Terwilliger White Mud interchange was going to be what they call a systems interchange, or at least a much more complicated buildup of ramps and bridges and the like. With the move to create Terwilliger Drive as an expressway and not as a limited access freeway, the need for that very complex interchange is no longer. Part of the Terwilliger Expressway project is dedicated transit lanes in each direction. The current design calls for a dedicated transit lane that would go from the 53rd Avenue overpass on White Mud southbound and kind of, it's hard to demonstrate without a map, but kind of curve up and south and join Terwilliger Drive southbound in the curb lane. That path that is currently designed is fairly direct, and it has the effect of splitting this accidental park space into two not quite equal spaces. If we realign the lane a little bit closer to the two roadways, we can preserve more of the accidental green space. But that would come at a bit of an extra cost to the project. So we've been having this conversation a little bit back and forth in the community and with administration. They have teased out some options and some costs. So really this is just taking this to committee to allow the rest of council to see if it's worth making that realignment and absorbing some of that cost into the project. The key, though, is that we have to decide one way or the other very quickly, because the work on this project continues. The design work on Phase 2 continues so that it can begin next construction season. So I'll leave it to administration to offer commentary on how quickly they can return to committee. But it's not my intent to delay or belabor this. I just am really looking for a check-in with council to see if it's worth making this move, making this realignment, and preserving a bit more green space for what is admittedly just a neighborhood and a small number of people, but nevertheless might be worth considering, given that this is the final alignment and final iteration of the White Mud Terwilliger corridor. I'll leave it there. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for the introduction of this motion, subsequent. Any questions to admin or to Councillor Cartmel? I see none, and I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our next item is 6.14, 2022 council calendar changes. This was the addendum replacement report. Any comments that from
Yeah,
clerk? Or
So if I can just introduce the report. So we were asked to schedule some additional council meetings, which we have tried to sorry, my apologies, which we've tried to canvass the councillors to find suitable times where all 13 councillors were able to meet. Unfortunately, we have not yet been successful, but what we're bringing forward is our best estimate at this point in time. At ARC this morning, just for absolute clarity, I'm just going to call up my notes from this. Sorry, I just closed it out. But I believe off the top of my head, there were a couple of additional changes that ARC would like to have. The first addition that we'd like to add would be, off the top of my head, canceling the April 5th Council Services Committee meeting, as well as canceling the April 6th non-regular council meeting and rededicating all of that time to the April 4th and 6th council meeting, as well as making an item time specific on April 6th at 1:30, which is an item that came forward from Community and Public Services Committee earlier in the week.
yeah, that's the missing a murder and
Yes,
Indigenous
that is
women.
correct, yeah. So I clicked and I deleted the motion, but we do have a number of additions we'd like to add to that calendar report. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. And another, that the, at council services, there's a pending motion that could be dealt with at council, right?
So there was a notice of motion given at executive committee on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And if it's okay with council, we could just roll that over into a council discussion or to a future council services committee meeting as directed.
Yep.
But to be clear, the motion hasn't actually been made yet.
Yes, it was intent of Councillor Rutherford to make that at council, but that could be made at council meeting, right? So just hold on. There's a list of speakers, if you could. Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice, go ahead.
No, I don't have a question. I don't know what's my name proper here.
Okay, sorry. We need a motion on the floor.
If you would like to, just in case there are questions about the motion before it's made, or hypothetically, there might be questions.
I'm sorry, Councillor Neck?
I'll wait for the motion. I'll delete myself.
Okay. Can somebody move the motion?
So I'll just put it up on the screen. There are now 6 parts, so 3 additions to what's in the report. If we just give Rama a second, we'll put it up on the screen.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see it, because that's just our luck today. So the first motion would be that Emergency Advisory Committee scheduled on April 20th would be canceled, that the April 22nd council continuation of the April 19th meeting be canceled, and that the April 19th meeting continue on April 20th. Again, this is in your report on your agenda. That we'd also call 2 special city council meetings, one being April, I just got to check this, one would be April 28th, the other one would be June 8th. Both for those would be meetings with the Edmonton Police Commission, as well as the changes from ARC this morning.
Okay.
If you want, I can put this in a Google Doc and share it so all of council has it.
Sure, that will be a additional source to look at.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to leave this till later on in the agenda? Is that helpful?
Yeah, we could do that too. Then council members have the ability to go through it, and we can pause it here, right? So, and Councillor Rutherford has some clarifying questions. Councillor Rutherford.
I guess I just wanted to understand, I wasn't at the Agenda Review Committee this morning. You know, I worry if we're sending things directly to council, does it need conversation? I understand the intent here because I see that we're extending council by that morning when council services would be there, but I guess, yeah, would my notice of motion, I just don't want to see it delayed and delayed and delayed because it does have implications in terms of potential four-year budget dialogue. So that's just my one concern. So I guess I wasn't at the meeting. If somebody could just clarify the intent there and, you know, reaffirm to me that it's not going to get lost in the already packed April 4th council meeting.
So Madam Clerk?
Yeah, if that's okay, notice could be given today and you could make that on April 4th if you want.
But I've already given notice.
You gave notice to give it at a meeting that no longer exists. If the mayor's okay with you making it on April 4th, we have no issues with that because you've already given your notice.
Okay.
So it'll come to council instead of council services on the 4th. Yep.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Any other questions on this? Or unless we want to, motion needs to be moved.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but it's hard for, I'm sure, council to make a motion when they don't actually have it
Yeah.
yet. So I'm trying to send this, I'll just send this now to you all in an email.
Can we come back? We'll come back to this.
I'll make the motion. It's still my time, so
Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Councillor Rutherford made the motion. Councillor Hamilton seconded. Councillor Knack?
Sorry, and the reason I couldn't make the motion is in case I need to propose a change. So now the motion's on the floor, and I guess the question I have, and appreciating we've got a lot of different things we're working on. The non-regular meeting that's scheduled for the afternoon of the 28th is meant for our tax bylaws, I believe. Is that correct, the clerk? That the 28th, the afternoon, the 1:30 to 5:30 is currently scheduled for tax bylaws?
So currently it's a non-regular council meeting and we had hoped to use that time, but we understand that's when the tax rate bylaws are coming forward. Based on our strategic look ahead document, that's also an intergovernmental update as well. But again, it's a little bit far out for us to be confirming agenda items at this point in time, but that's the reason for us not using the time that we originally canvassed for.
Okay. The reason I ask, and I know we've got a lot of different things, but I am a little bit worried, Mr. Mayor. So for example, that morning, based off the Google spreadsheet that was set out, there's 2 councillors who said no and 2 who said they can be, in part because I think we have Alberta Municipalities board meeting, and you know, I will always prioritize council over that. That's been my practice, but I'm worried we're starting to eat into some of these things, and so there had been in that same Google spreadsheet, everyone expressed an ability to be there from 1:30 to 5:30 on that afternoon. But I appreciate the fact that our meetings haven't necessarily been quick. Tax bylaws generally have not been something that have been, shall we say, overly contentious, but I appreciate this is new council. There may be a lot of questions. I don't want to discourage that. But at the same time, I'm a little worried about starting to eat into the other responsibilities that councillors have. So I hesitate to make a motion to strike the creation of the April 28th, 9:30 to noon, because I don't want to discourage debate or discussion about something that this council will be dealing with for the first time, but I'm also aware of the fact that that means 2 councillors, myself and Councillor Tang, and I think there was at least one other councillor who had said no to that time. And so I'm trying to talk myself into not striking that part, but I'm wondering if there's an openness to try to include that in on that same afternoon, appreciating that in the past tax bylaws have not been heavily debated because they're more of a formality, if you will, than a budget discussion. So I guess I'm looking a little bit for your guidance. If you would like to leave that flexibility, then I'll leave the motion as is. If you'd like to attempt to try to fit that into a time that I think we could do it, that would allow other members of council to fulfill external obligations. But I'd look to use the chair to get your,
So there'll be, for April 28th,
yeah,
add another item to the agenda, which would
the
be...
afternoon agenda, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And appreciating the concerns that may raise, but I felt we should at least ask about it.
What else do we have? I don't see the afternoon part. That's only morning part.
So the part of the meeting that Councillor Knack is referring to was already approved in council's schedule.
Okay.
And so this is, I'm not bringing you things you've already approved. That time already exists. It's just already got some other items on it. But we're happy to adjust the schedule, however directed by council.
But I guess ultimately I'm looking for your guidance as the chair, and knowing that we've taken time, and again, rightfully so, taken our time. But that does mean we're pulling away from other responsibilities. Which
I understand, but the context of this whole addition of meetings, as we all know that we have a number of items on council that are not being dealt with, right? We need to kind of lead with that backlog, right? And so that's the intent. But I understand that the council members have other commitments. Those are very important commitments, like KUMA and CURA and FCM and Police Commission and all that, right? So I just look to Madam Clerk, what would that accommodation be, right? I just trying to understand. We will cancel that meeting and add to this meeting. I just trying to understand that. So
I'm not sure what meeting, if you're referring to April 28th, we wouldn't be canceling the afternoon, so everything that administration needs to bring forward would remain intact. Our recommendation, based on the requests that we have received, is to add an additional council meeting on the morning of April 28th.
Yeah.
If council doesn't want to add that, we're happy to go back and find some other alternatives.
okay, and if we don't do that, how would that help you, Councillor Knack?
Well, I guess, so I think if that morning was not used, then Councillor Tang and myself would be able to attend the Alberta Municipalities Board meeting. And I think at least one other member of council who had stated an inability to attend would also be able to.
So you'll be able to attend in the morning instead of...
No, sorry, just to clarify. Yeah, I'd be able to attend the morning Alberta Municipalities, and then essentially the thinking would be to fit in the Edmonton Police Commission meeting into the afternoon, appreciating that we have a tax bylaw to approve, which may or may not take us a lot of time. And that is, I think, where the uncertainty is. If it was like past years, which I don't think is a fair comparison, that is typically approved in a very expedited process, which should leave us a full 2.5 hours for a discussion with the commission. If it was not to be expeditious, then we would risk that meeting being cut short.
My concern would be that we will cut into commission time, which is important, right? So
that's fair. Well, I will leave it, but just in speaking to the motion very quickly, we'd like to really think about the obligations that councillors have to fulfill, whether it's regional, FCM, Alberta Municipalities, many of the other agencies and boards. Again, my priority is council and will always be council first, but it means we're not able to be helping lead those conversations, I think, the way we need to. So
point well taken. And this is something maybe looking into the future agenda that we need to keep that in mind. That because I don't know when those meetings happen either, right? So having them populated in
so that information is available on the website, and if you'd like us to make sure that we never schedule anything when there's an external meeting that council has appointments to, we'll absolutely make sure that that doesn't happen in the future.
Yeah, depending on how backlogged we are, right?
Happy to take direction from council.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, thank you for understanding that, Councillor Knack. Appreciate that, for your understanding. Okay, I can't see
I'm happy to take down the motion, no problem.
So can you show me are the other council members on the list, because I can't see the...
Yes, there are. We're just stopping presenting the motion, and we'll put that list back up for you.
Okay. All right, Councillor Stevenson?
Well, I think it's resolved. I was just going to suggest that we had discussed the idea of potentially having Edmonton Police Commission at a committee meeting rather than a full council meeting, which may help address some of the scheduling challenges. Another option could be that it's just first item on April 28th, to ensure that we do give that a fulsome amount of time while still accommodating the other agenda items in the afternoon slot. So just some alternatives, but mainly just to reiterate, I think this is it's a really important opportunity to have a touch point with the commission sooner rather than later. So I'm pleased that we're finding space for it in our calendars, appreciating that it is, at the current time impacting others. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, so I just want to go back to Councillor Knack's point about that morning. And just a reminder that for that afternoon, the non-regular intergov, there is a protocol meeting with Alberta municipalities that afternoon as well. But we may not use up the entire hour, so there is potentially some room to add an additional item, as Councillor Knack has suggested. And just to say that because this is also involving elected officials from other municipalities, so scheduling there becomes doubly challenging to have worked it out. And also, Councillor Knack and I already missed the board meeting last month because of I think a rescheduled council meeting. So I would worry about continuously missing board meetings. Not to mention that very afternoon, we're actually talking about this exact relationship. So just wanted to highlight that there is potentially room in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson, you were are you on the list again or just from previous? Okay, got it.
I didn't click in again.
It just shows up there. Okay. All right. I understand it causes complications, and I hope that as we get better at managing time on committee meetings and council meetings, that we probably won't be needing the additional meetings, but this is necessary for us to catch up on. So I appreciate everyone's accommodation. All right, any more questions? I don't see any more people on the list. I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 12-1. Okay. 6.14. Now we're going into our bylaws.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so the bylaw that we have first is 7.7, and that must be dealt prior to item 9.3. And this bylaw was selected by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice.
Seven point 7.7.
Yeah. The bylaw 20045 Edmonton Police Commission bylaw 14040 amendments.
I don't think I have questions for this one. Just the selected because it must be selected deal with.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, a question to administration. I'm really supportive of this quick change that we're making right now. But am I correct in understanding that when you come forward on May 16th with the community safety and well-being report, that it may include, it will contemplate further amendments to this bylaw to further align with the Safer for All report?
I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and check on that one, Councillor.
Okay, thanks. We can talk about it offline, but just to say again, I think this is a good first step, but there's a lot more we can be doing with this bylaw, I think, to align with those goals and priorities, and hope to see that work come through, and happy to make any motions if that work needs to be directed, but assuming that will form part of the body of work.
And I'll
Thank
take
you.
that forward as I dive into that here next few days again.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm just going to be really brief. I don't have a problem with this change. It's a minor change, but just flagging that, do you take into account that the Police Act is opening and there might be some intergovernmental considerations and further conversations on this subject? To admin.
I'm certainly watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're aware of that. We'll watch it, and I think and I would recommend that we don't pause for that. Okay. But when that is done, Councillor, we should make sure that there's no problem with any changes we've made recently.
Yeah, okay, because there's a lot of moving parts to this. All right, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any more questions? If not, then I will go to Councillor. I think Councillor Rutherford, you brought forward the request, right? Would you like to move?
Yeah, I'll move first reading of bylaw 20045.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. And before we vote, anyone to speak or anything, any questions? If not, I'll call the vote.
You have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 20045.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. Any questions? Seeing none, call the vote.
Councillor Hamilton?
It didn't come up. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. Consideration for third reading, please. Questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 20045, Edmonton Police Commission bylaw 14040 amendments.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. Please vote on the third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are going to our final bylaw, 7.11. Bylaw 20071, Temporary Transit and City Facilities Face Mask Bylaw, selected by Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe, and I'll ask admin if there's a report or comments or...
We do have a presentation, Your Worship, but I've kind of just tried to dissect that presentation based on us not doing 712, that being deleted. What I would suggest I do is just simply go to one slide in the presentation.
Sure.
Which really gets to the bottom line without us doing a long presentation of information that really hasn't changed much in the last week and a half. If we could go to slide 9, and it's entitled, it's the one that has the 4. Bylaw 20071, that's correct. Yes, this slide here. Yes, so your worship in council, not a lot of information has changed since we last came to council. We have done some more surveys which were shared with you a few days back ago. A bit of concern that some of the respondents to those surveys are not actually Edmontonians. Very difficult to discern. We were not able to separate out those numbers for you in the time we had, I'm afraid. So the matter continues to be debated, and people continue to change their perspectives on it, with every day that goes by. I will generally say that we have less and less people wearing masks, but we still have lots of people wearing masks. But I'd say, for example, in our recreation facilities, as of this morning, we're down to about 30% of the folks showing up, wearing a face mask voluntarily. But the bottom line is bylaw 20071 gives you these options. Essentially what council asked us to come back with was option C, which is both on transit and city facilities, but we have broken it down to you, and we could adjust it so that it's just transit and facilities and vehicles, or city owned and operated facilities, or both, or align with the province. But essentially what you asked us to come back with was what you see here as option C. And the draft bylaws are there, and we're happy to answer any questions, and I think I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'll go to council members for questions to administration. This was selected by Councillor Principe. So Councillor Principe, I'll go to you first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question for administration, what is the recommendation of administration? Which option?
Yeah, Councillor, I think at this point, my recommendation would be we just continue to go with transit facilities and vehicles as per what everybody else seems to be doing. But that, I want to be clear, that's not what council asked us to come back with. So we've presented, what council has asked for.
Yes, yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I did hear from a lot of constituents as well who had mentioned that they just want us to line up with provincial guidelines, whether it be because they find it easier or they find it relatable. They feel that the province, that's their jurisdiction. I heard that numerous times. So, sorry, I just wanted to get clarification. Did you say you do have motions for whichever option we choose?
We could certainly adjust based on your choose, but I also think it's worthwhile pointing out the advantage of having a bylaw on transit, which is that our peace officers are currently, our city peace officers don't have the ability to enforce the province's mask mandate. If we actually have a bylaw, especially if it's well aligned with the provincial regulation, as transit would, that makes sure that our city peace officers can also enforce it. So there is an advantage to having a bylaw on transit because more enforcement can take place.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for this report. It's one of the, okay, so there's a number of concerns here, but I guess the main challenge is that the province has sort of set an expectation. We're a week or so, maybe more now, behind what those expectations were. So we're having a little bit of trouble putting the cat back in the bag, so to speak. So your advice then is that we stick with transit, understanding that, circumstances may change as we go forward. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Councillor. And of course, we understand that the provincial transit health order is related to, the next step of provincial decisions. But we could choose to make our own decision on that and talk about it again. So. Yeah.
Right, and I guess it bears repeating that in the Municipal Government Act, the health and well-being of Edmontonians is actually within our jurisdiction.
I absolutely agree with that, and worth saying.
Yeah, okay. So I guess my concern here is that we're reading the news and we're seeing a repeat of what we saw with Delta and Omicron in other countries, other cities. And I'm just wondering, like, what then would be our approach if that wave comes here and we're going to have to backtrack again? I mean, is the thinking that basically follow provincial lead right now, knowing that there is a possibility that we have to go back, but if we go it alone at this point, we sort of lose the audience there, and we lose the narrative, and people will be more resentful rather than seeing as practical, unfortunately, when things are getting a little bit too late to control once again.
Yeah, I would say you're always going to, because it's such a divisive issue, in some cases it literally is a 50-50 split. So no matter what you do, you're going to lose some of the audience in terms of their perspective on this. And that's the most difficult thing about the surveys. Now, I would say that more and more the surveys are leaning towards the majority of saying, okay, let's just have consistency, but it is not exact. And so I guess to answer the first part of your question, we have always adapted and been agile. And I think we've played a good, strong leadership role in the city of Edmonton to do that. And we'll recommend doing it again if something changes.
Yeah, so just the inconsistency, rules that don't always make a lot of sense. This has sort of undermined the whole public health conversation here, and it's become quite political. So unfortunately, some of this decision has to be political, and I think we just need to get that on record, that it's not entirely health-based. There's, or science-based. There is the political aspect to this that we can't avoid. I mean, is that fair to say? I just think that we all need to be on the same page here because the public's going to ask, and we've got to be really frank.
I think it's very fair that a lot of this is political, Councillor. I think when we talk to medical folks on this, many say it's reasonable to wear masks, many say it's reasonable not to wear masks. I know the federal, Canada's medical doctor of health, sorry, I'm losing, Dr. Tam, was just 24 hours ago talking about she still encourages people to wear masks properly, and as we've seen in the community, people can continue to wear masks without a bylaw. And I would say, I mean, this is just my personal experience. I've been wearing a mask everywhere I go, and nobody's yelled at me for doing that and going into a store since it has been repealed. So I also think that Edmontonians will be kind to each other generally, I hope. So, sorry.
I don't think anyone would yell at you anyway, Andre, no matter what. But so, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever forgotten Valentine's Day. But so this is where we're at. I think that it's a fair recommendation. I think if we go with our own facilities as well, there will be pushback for sure. Do we anticipate to be difficult pushback? Do we put our own employees at risk? Probably not, but
we do anticipate pushback with our employees, and I can protect them from physical. I worry about emotional impact. So we have some young people at the front doors, and I do worry about them taking the brunt of sort of verbal abuse. We have seen it start to creep in just a bit before the bylaw was repealed, and because we're down to sort of 25-30% wearing masks, I suspect 70% of them are going to give our young people at the front doors a hard time. Like I said, I can protect them, and it's my job to protect them, and we'll do our best, but there are some things you can't unhear sometimes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Time is up. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just trying to get a better understanding of, for the transit piece, I guess the benefit of having our bylaw aligned with the province from an enforcement perspective. Maybe, Mr. Corporal, could you just explain that to me? And I guess the complexity of what's happening right now versus if we had an aligned bylaw?
Yeah, so I hope I'll just try to be super clear, but so right now, with the public health order in place on transit, that provides a certain amount of enforcement. In order for our peace officers to also enforce that, we need to have the bylaw in place as well that mirrors that. So that's the advantage of not just saying we'll do whatever the province does, because if we just say we're going to do whatever the province does, that means for now the masks would be required on transit, but I can't necessarily enforce them with peace officers. If we adopt it as a bylaw as well, then we've got all levels of enforcement, and we've got unaligned up until the point that the province decides to not continue with their health order, in which case our peace officers would continue to enforce, but we'd lose all the enforcement of the other order of government.
Right, okay, thank you for that. But, and we don't know, I guess, when they would potentially lift that and enter, I think they're referring to it as phase 3.
Yeah, all we know is that it's the lifting of that is likely associated with step 3. I don't know exactly when that might happen, but I'll just see if Ms. Pari wants to add any greater context on that. She might have a perspective on that.
Yeah, we've been talking with our colleagues and we understand that will be lifted with step 3. However, we have no indication at this point in time when step 3 will come into play. We know that it is tied to hospitalizations and ICUs continuing to decrease.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess,
sorry, I would just add, I think it would be highly unlikely that we will see the advice that goes forward to cabinet on that consideration.
yeah, absolutely, probably won't get a good view of that and the data that goes into that decision. Okay, just a process question then. If I wanted to put the bylaw on the floor, I recognize there's still some folks with questions. That doesn't limit questions at this point. I recognize there were a few options, and it sounds like there might be interest from other folks around just pursuing the transit piece. I'm still interested in both. So just looking for some guidance there for process.
Madam Clerk, if bylaw is moved.
Yeah, just first reading, you can still amend it and chat away about it if you'd like.
Great. Okay. Then I'd be happy to put that on the floor.
Second.
So that'll be option C, right?
Yes.
Transit and other city facilities. I'm sorry, Mike,
sorry, Your Worship. Yes, that's essentially what we've been asked to come back with, and we can adjust based on the discussion.
Got it. Okay. So that was second by Councillor Knack? Yes. Got it. Okay, we have bylaw on the floor. All right, and more questions, Councillor Salvador?
No other questions, Mr. Mayor. I think we've discussed this at length,
Yes.
and yeah, still feeling pretty firm about seeing that both on transit and city facilities, in the absence of that citywide mask bylaw and additional oversight and protections from the province.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if administration could speak to our staff at those facilities. So, in my mind, transit is fairly settled. I see the advantage on all regards, including the additional enforcement. But in terms of the rec facilities, I think there's really strong rationale to have it there too. And just wondering again, what is the city's recommendation for staff working in those facilities going to be moving forward? Will they still continue to require masks for themselves?
Yeah, certainly for the meantime, Councillor, we're planning on wearing masks right up till the end of March at the earliest, and then we'll continue to evaluate from an OH&S perspective as we are for here in City Hall and all the other facilities, we'll make decisions going forward. But we've made it clear, and the main reason for that is it's part of our return to work. As you know, we're also getting office workers to come back to work by the end of March, and we wanted, that extra level of mask wearing protection as we return, because it's a major change in our workplace environment for those who are in offices, for about 30% of them. So that was the main reason. But I'm not too worried about employees and what they do or not, like we'll be able to manage that quite well from an OH&S perspective. It's really the interface employees that have to deal with complex clients, and we've had escalating encounters right up until the time the bylaw was repealed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I mean, I think there's obviously two things we want to be protecting our frontline staff from, and one is obviously COVID, and the other is verbal abuse. And I think I'm really struggling with that. Like, I just want to maybe question the assumption that if only 30% are voluntarily wearing masks, that 70% are super against masks, or would oppose the reintroduction. Because I don't think that was the experience when the mask mandate was previously in place. It wasn't sort of a majority of patrons that were pushing back against that, but potentially just a very small minority of those. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I'm sorry if I do not believe that all 70% will revolt and not follow and cause problems, but I think more will than did before. And I say that because we were seeing an increase in escalation events at our rec centers just before we repealed. So, and I think it might be worthwhile for somebody closer to the frontline folks to comment on this. I don't know, Roger, if you'd like somebody to comment on this because you've seen this in detail.
Yeah, Councillor, we've seen, anytime there's a change or we're in the bylaws or any of the health regulations, that's when we would see a really spike in incidents with our staff. Having talked to some of them, some folks have been very aggressive. We have had to call in police services at times. With the mask piece, it's more just verbal abuse and questioning. Anytime we try and do any enforcement or encouragement, we don't do enforcement, but encouragement to wear masks, they do get a fair amount of pushback. And it's certainly not universally, but those who are aggressive and resisting can be quite harsh on our staff.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And to be honest, I think it raises a larger philosophical question, which is, is it appropriate for us to alter our standards based on aggression and based on a few people who are being rude and harassing to our staff? Because I feel that's sort of the conclusion that we're being drawn to, which is that if there's a small minority of vocal people who oppose something, then we should just back off from that position, even though that position may offer greater safety for not only our frontline staff from a health perspective, but for our whole community.
Yeah, it's certainly not what we're saying, Councillor. That's not what I'm trying to say, that we should be scared of a small minority that push back. What I'm suggesting is that, this has changed, the circumstances, the context have changed. We are now the only entity in the entire province that is thinking about masks in public facilities. So we're completely different from a lot of the other public organizations, and we saw recently even the universities have gone away from that, and they were kind of on the leading edge with us. So we are a bit of a lone, and so our staff are going to see that and feel that. So I don't think it's about backing down or sticking up. I think it's about a reasonable approach, and there are no perfect absolute options for a reasonable approach. So that's the difficulty of the discussion. But we're not afraid of folks, and we're not afraid of doing the right thing. But I am worried about the impact doing the right thing will have on our staff, and it's one of many other considerations to think about.
Yeah, I appreciate having that information in the room, because you're right, that is an impact we need to consider. And I appreciate you clarifying that that's the spirit in which that information is being shared. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I do appreciate administration's worry about our staff and regarding our city-owned facilities masks bylaw. So my question is about who will have authority to enforce the mask bylaw in city-owned facilities?
if the bylaw is in place, the enforcement will fall initially to frontline staff who will have to make recommendations. If it gets escalated, we eventually go to a peace officer, and if it really gets escalated, the ultimate step would be to call in the police service, which we have done several times throughout the last 2 years to enforce our bylaws. So there's, I would say, a level of escalation from frontline worker to manager in facilities, all the way up to the police.
So thank you for that. And then I do have a concern, and then to put this on the shoulder of our frontline staffs, and to as an initial enforcement step. And I don't think this is do you think this is fair, and to add this extra work and to our frontline staffs? And give the factors where only entity and to keep the if this bylaw passed, keep the bylaw and in the place.
I wouldn't say it's fair or not fair, Councillor Rice. I would say it's hard. It's hard. It's harder work. It's harder to do your job, but we will certainly follow the will of council.
I do receive the emails ask this question. This is why I brought this question to the chamber. I would like the voice to be heard, and so from our city Edmontonians ask this question, and to have this concern or consideration, and for our frontline staffs as well. I think that's my question. I understand it would be very hard and for our frontline staff. I don't know what else to say for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear from admin if I'm leaning towards supporting option C, but I realize if all of this is pulled and we go into the sixth wave, what's the possibility for how quickly could we reinstate some sort of a mask mandate if needed?
A full mandate, Councillor?
I don't know what like, because I wasn't here when this came up originally. Yeah. How fast can we?
Pretty quickly. I mean, we've been able to, in the end, it's about how quickly we schedule a council meeting to discuss it. I would say we're pretty nimble with mask considerations and bylaws to support them. And so it really is about calling a meeting within 24 hours. And of course, I think if the situation changes for the worse, we'll see that. We'll see it develop. We'll start to think about it. So I would say we've been very nimble on this. And we can come to council as soon as they would like us to when things change.
Presuming, of course, Bill 4 is not proclaimed in the legislature, and then in which case we would have no authority here. It'd just be
correct. And we've seen no movement on that since it was first tabled and got first reading, I believe, but we haven't seen anything beyond that.
So regardless of the outcome today, whether we keep mask mandate on transit or not, rec centers or not, pursue other options or not, if we get to sixth wave, I hear admin saying we could respond in a nimble and rapid fashion to help reinstate steps and measures.
Yes, we've done that before, and I don't know, Ms. Poirier, do you want to comment on like specific timelines? What's the quickest time we've adjusted this?
I don't recall exactly, but I know you could call a meeting as quickly as the clerk is allowing it, and we could instate whatever bylaws my colleague Michelle Plouffe can put in place as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we think within hours.
That's satisfactory. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, no, thank you for all my colleagues' question. I think you asked for the majority of that. So if I can just clarify, Mr. Cribble, so when we talk about city-owned or publicly accessible facilities, so that is rec center, but not the library, correct?
That's correct, yes, because I don't control, in fact, the library has got an exemption based on a provincial, it was identified very early on as a place that they, you know, they wouldn't but this kind of, I think the term was barrier. It wasn't my words, I'm sorry, but, you know, I think
No, it's
they
okay.
were identified as, they have to be free and accessible as libraries. They were one on the list, so yes. Yeah, it would be
And then-
mostly rec centers. It would be zoo inside. Help me, Roger, any other key facilities or
For Edmonton Park?
No, Fort Hampton Park's managed by the Fort Hampton Park
Gotcha.
Management Company. It would include spaces in City Hall that are publicly accessible, River Valley washrooms, anything that the city owns and operates directly.
Okay, that's actually really helpful. And yeah, I guess on this piece around, I guess this philosophical question around, are we essentially being bullied into a decision? But wouldn't you say that, I mean, this whole thing has been a bit of a response to aggression and bullying behavior, Mr. Corbell?
Not really a fair question to city
Okay.
manager.
Happy to. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Sorry,
So taken.
if I could, very quickly, Your Worship, I was looking for the list, and so the list that it would not be related to are spaces like private tenants, such as the Hallway Cafe at City Hall. It would not include city-owned, partner-operated venues such as community league halls, Edmonton Public Libraries, ski clubs, TELUS World of Science, and Fort Edmonton Park. So I just wanted to...
Want to be included.
They would not be included by...
Okay. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. On ETS, I understand that the compliance is still high, right?
Yes, compared to everywhere else, but I have personally noticed it is waning just in the last 6 days. Every day I see more people on the LRT ride with the mask popping below the chin sometimes.
Yeah. I really worry about the staff at rec centers, and we have obligations to that staff under health and safety regulations, right? To provide them proper protection.
We do, and I'm not worried about physical protection because I think we could do a good job there. I worry about the things they hear, which I can't unhear for them.
And they hear from both sides too, right? They hear from those who may not be, if we pass this bylaw, those who don't want to comply and those who expect staff to enforce compliance.
Yeah, and I would say, Your Worship, that they hear the same things that councillors and I hear through some of the vile emails that we get almost on a daily basis still. So you know what the language is?
Yeah. And I understand that we don't want to be bullied into a decision by aggressive behavior of a small minority, but we also have an obligation to our staff. So maybe one option could be, and that will be real test of whether we want to do this or not, is maybe have peace officers enforce at every facility.
Yeah, I know we don't have the staff to do that, Your Worship, at every one of our facilities, the peace officer staff, and many of them are busy, I would say, enforcing the more important issues, such as they're helping out with the transit safety plan and those things, and so I would not recommend...
So we wouldn't have the capacity anyways to do that, so the enforcement falls on the frontline staff who happen to be, in most cases, young people.
Yeah, and the instructions we give them is to, if it escalates, to not, get into, clearly what is enforcement stuff. Because that's how we protect our staff. We tell them you can't confront people and we're not going to ask you to get into confrontations. And they call the police, essentially, is what it comes down to. And then we're taking police resources from other things.
No, I hear you, and I really feel for them. Like if I want to stand up to a bully, I should stand up to a bully, but we should expect someone else to stand up to a bully if they're not properly equipped to do that, right? So that's my worry about the staff, right? So, if we were to past the transit alone only and transit facilities only or vehicles, can we align that with provincial when they repeal that we also repeal at the same time?
Yeah, many municipalities across the province have aligned their local municipal bylaws on transit and other things to align with a provincial lead. So we could certainly adjust the wording to make that happen. And I just want to see if Ms. Plouffe wants to confirm that.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. The current wording of the bylaw has a date certain for when the bylaw must be reviewed, but if it's council's desire to align with the removal of the restrictions from the province, we can easily do that.
Okay, good. All right. And I will, I think we need a second round. Sorry, I'll move the second round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on second round? Okay, I'll call the vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. I will pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you covered the bulk of my questions. So I just want to follow up on that a little bit, Andre, or Mr. Corbold, if that's okay. So a lot of Edmontonians are rightly going to be concerned, saying, okay, so even though the city is saying, no, that's not our approach, the perception will be that the minority of folks who are very aggressive and very abusive are dictating the approach of the city. And their question would be, why can't we just stand up to that and enforce it, even if it means bringing in more peace officers into locations? And the answer that I heard from you is that we simply don't have the capacity. Do I have this correct?
Yes, you have this correct. And the other answer I would say is wear your mask. I'm planning, I don't care what the bylaw says. I'm going to wear my mask for a couple of weeks and more months here as I go on transit every day and move around the city and go shopping. I fully plan to wear my mask and nothing's preventing me from doing that.
Yeah, I have been and I will be, and a lot of Edmontonians are. But there is that larger conversation, and it's an important one because we're stuck between these two really competing issues, and I'm hoping you can clarify it for me. One is that we don't have the capacity to actually enforce good behavior to stop people from being abusive toward our staff, which is concerning, and that kind of undermines some of what we want to focus on as far as compliance with bylaws. But the other side of it is that if we go forward with all of our facilities and transit, we're going to start losing the thread. We start this provincial brinkmanship again, potentially, and that leads to another host of options. So really what I hear you're trying to do is thread that impossible needle.
I think it's a difficult decision, and yes, I feel sometimes like we're trying to find the best possible choice in a very imperfect situation.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, the choice is crystal clear. No matter no matter whether it's pro or con, it's a very crystal clear choice. But we're in a position where we have to balance all of that. So, to the mayor's questions about putting frontline in those positions. What is the message that we want to send to our staff and to the public about this in a way that is actually compassionate and understands that a lot of people are following the majority medical science on COVID and saying, on a scientific, logical level, this decision isn't making sense?
I guess I would say, Councillor, that part of the issue is we get very polarized on one particular thing. Like today we're talking about masks and masks and masks. What the doctors have been advising, and this has not changed for 2 years, is that it's a suite of protections that provides you the best protections. It's masks, it's hand washing, it's staying at home when you're sick, it's physical distancing when it makes sense. And so there's 10 or 15 things you can do, and we're having a debate about one of those 10 or 15 things. And so that's been part of our messaging to employees and to the public all along, is that do all the things you can do. If one thing is harder for you to do, but you can still do the others, that's good. Doing 10 of the 15 things is better than doing one of the 15 things. And so that's messaging we've used constantly, and I would strongly encourage. So when I look at our return to work and office space, for example, we're combining it with a flexible work arrangement where we will probably only see a third of the people in the offices because of the flexible work arrangements we're doing, and those kinds of things. So that would be our messaging.
Yeah. And I'm with you because I can hear the dissatisfaction. There's no satisfying answer here, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My first question is about option 1. So in option 1, we talk about public transit and also includes vehicle. So can you be more specific for this vehicle? Is it personal vehicles or any vehicles, not city owned?
Yeah, certainly, Councillor. What we mean to say there is transit facilities and vehicles. So what that means is a transit station that is indoors, like an LRT station or a bus station that is physically indoors, as well as the vehicles, which are buses and trains in the LRT system. So we're talking about transit facilities and transit vehicles, nothing else. And this would not apply to the rideshare stuff and taxis, for example.
Great, that is my understanding. I just want to confirm that. So second question is about the public engagement. So I understand this topic, and then we received so many mixed viewpoints from public, and then also City actually did a great job to provide the public engagement opportunity for our Edmontonians. So based on results from public engagement, what's the consideration gave to the results from that public engagement and to our option development or the decision making?
Well, the options we brought back really at the direction of council, so that was clear, and then we've added a couple. The public engagement is why we've added a couple, and then I'll just see if Catherine wants to, or Ms. Owen wants to comment on what we're hearing there.
Just wanted to make the point, Councillor, that this was limited public engagement because it was a quantitative survey that was offered both to the general public and to the insight community. And as we detailed in our memo to you, the results were different from both of those groups. And they should be considered only one source of input. Your own conversations with constituents and other sources of input have value as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate, and because for all the different resources and for the public engagement, we received the results and from our own constituents and also the two different group. And so what I can say from that report, and we have like, if we look at the results, the public engagement sample size, and yes, and we gave a very clear indicator, and just based on that results, the very clear indicator what the Edmontonians who actually take their time to complete this survey and then participate in this public engagement opportunity. And then, so what message we try to send to our Edmontonians and in our city to engage our public to this type of discussion, but how we can put the consideration and for the results we received. Personally, I have many questions regarding this, but I consider the time is limited. I just want to get some sense from administration for this.
Well, I think data of this kind, councillor, is an input point to your decision making, not a driver of your decision. And you'll recall that the general survey, which may have included those who work in Edmonton but don't live in Edmonton, visit Edmonton, etc., was quite definitively eager to see the mask bylaw dropped, and the insight community was much more equal. I would say pretty much close to 50-50. So these should be considered as inputs only.
Yeah, and I think it's worth, the inputs are changing. I would say the last time we asked the question about transit up around the last decision point, which I believe was before the end of last year, it was much more clear, because I think it was like something like 90% wanted masks to stay on transit. I don't have the specific numbers, but now it seems to have dropped down to 40 or 50% based on the latest survey. So it is changing, but it's changing every day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll go to Councillor Principe, then hopefully we can vote on that after that. Councillor Principe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I have a process question. Maybe Madam Clerk, you can help me with this. If this motion that's on the floor right now, if it fails, are we able to bring option A forward?
That's a great question. So if the motion that's on the floor is to have the bylaw receive first reading as presented, if that fails, you can no longer go back and have that bylaw on the floor. If administration would like to have option A come forward, I believe between legal services and myself, we could probably craft that bylaw for you relatively quickly. I'm looking for, I think we can pull it together. We would just need a little bit of time. So happy to take council's direction, and we'll provide the bylaw that works for the majority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we could probably turn that around before the end of the meeting if council goes right to 5.
Which we will.
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. So that was my only question.
Yeah, and the reason we brought forward option C is that was the clear direction of the motion that was approved by council to bring forward.
Okay.
The other option, Council, and I'm thinking as I'm talking, so I probably shouldn't, but it's also possible to amend a bylaw on the fly. It's not our normal practice, but Ms. Jacobson and I do know how to do that. So that is an option that is available to you. The first reading is on the floor, and the bylaw can still be amended.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Councillor Principe. I see no one else on the list to ask questions, and we have a first reading on the floor. We can vote on it, then people can speak on it as well, Madam Clerk, if people wish to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll call the vote. Sorry. Or call the vote, then we can speak. If people want to speak, they can speak after we vote on first reading. Or if it gets defeated, then you don't, right? So I'll wait.
If first reading gets defeated, there's nothing to
yeah,
speak
right. So
to,
yeah.
but if
So if people want to speak, if council members want to speak to it, now is the time to speak. Anybody to speak?
Just a clarification, because it's not on the screen. Which recommendation are we voting on here?
Option 3, which is public transit and facilities and city-owned and run facilities.
Okay. I may want to speak to this.
You can speak now if you want to.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. I'll be quick. I think that mandatory masking is probably the safest way to go, because it's an added tool to the tools that we already have. But we on council are not facing the brunt of the effects of this decision. It's going to be the people on the front line. Now, if council wants to go and be the people on the front line and face that on a daily basis, then please do. Please do. I personally have my opinion, but I have to go beyond my own personal viewpoint here. I also personally feel that we are going to be right back talking about masking sooner than later, And it's going to be yet another frustrating display of inconsistency from the provincial government. I think our best solution is going to be retaining masking on public transit. And frankly, we just don't want to have another provincial showdown. They backed off on stripping municipalities across Alberta of specific powers. If those are gone, they are gone. Right now, we retain them. I am as frustrated as anyone out there, but there has to be a calculation here on retaining tools for what could be an inevitable next wave. So I will not vote for the whole package. For transit, absolutely. And it's not because that's what I want, but it's because it's what is most practical and prudent, which is a terrible position to be in, but that's the position that we find ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burkett. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just really quickly, I didn't ask any questions because I had sort of more or less landed on a position prior to this. I can't support a mask bylaw inside city-operated buildings for the reasons that Councillor Paquette offered on regarding enforcement and how that puts it really at the feet of frontline personnel. That puts them in a very difficult spot. But also because I don't think that compelling people to wear a mask from the front door of the rec center to the treadmill and not beyond that, or from the front door of public facility to where they get where they're going, or the front door of a restaurant until they get to the table. I just don't see how, with all of the public spaces that people will be gathering in, that really makes a difference. This very small requirement for a very small part of a personal journey of a person moving through our community every day. I just don't see the value add in that public space as part of the bylaw. I would support a transit applied bylaw to give us that enforcement piece that we do not have with our peace officers. That I see some rationale there, but only if it is synchronized and tied to the provincial restrictions, so that when the provincial restriction came off, our bylaw would also be expire or be rescinded. Councillor Paquette may be right. We might be into another mask conversation. Frankly, I think we're going to be into another vaccine conversation, as things evolve and we move farther away from the last booster that we've all had. And I'm kind of okay with that. I know it feels like a bit of a yo-yo effect or a bit of an up and down, or now we have restrictions, now we don't. I think if we're synchronized across the province, that effect is mitigated to some degree. But I also believe that there's times when this virus is going to be less of an impact, at which time we should seize that opportunity, and times when this virus will continue to be more of an impact, and we'll have to close ranks as a result. I don't know necessarily that a moving in and out of a more restrictive way of life is really that problematic. I get the preventative value of that. And I think that is primarily concentrated in vaccine and vaccine uptake. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this bylaw. If further evolution that speaks to transit only comes forward, then I'd be happy to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
I think Councillor Tan has no opportunity, and I don't mind.
We are speaking to this now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. And then, so I will not support this bylaw as well. And so some key points already and presented by Councillor Paquette and also Councillor Cartmel. I would like to say yes. I think to add that public transit mask bylaw and to give our city that enforcement authority. So that is practical and it's good. And also, and I think the timeline, I would like to see the timeline consistent with provincial public guidance, and specific right now, and provincial public health orders still effective for public transit. and we for the time now we should align with that. And another thing I would like to say, and then yes, I do see the concern from my colleagues, and then in and out to talk about this mask bylaw. So why not our city cannot use our time and both council and administration time and energy to focus on our core services and talk about after COVID-19, what's the recovery actions, what's the recovery strategies, and how we can improve the services right now and in place that our Edmontonians give the voice, give the concern about it. And instead of we come back forth, and in and out, and to talk about this, and to align that government and then jurisdiction, authority, and scope, and then I think that actually will benefit our city and it will benefit our Edmontonians. I believe, like based on the voice I heard, and then cross my words, and then I do think this is the direction, and then my constituents and expect and looking forward and to see it. So I will not support this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I can be brief. I think Councillor Paquet and Councillor Carmel raised some really good points. I think we know from the start that this, when the mandates were rescinded, it was never really about a scientific decision. It was a politically motivated decision. If we look at the current landscape right now, a third of the cases are of the new variant. And as Mr. Corbell pointed out, the Chief Medical Officer of Canada just recently said that it is still the most prudent to keep our masking on for just a little bit longer. But I think, like Councillor Paquet said, I don't know how many of us here confront people and berate them for not wearing masks on a daily basis. I know I don't. Beyond abusive emails and phone calls that I get, my office staff gets, I don't have to deal with this directly in person. And that is the reality that many of our staff have to go through. I am very mindful of the air filter motion I had put forward several weeks ago. At that time, it is one of the many assortment of tools, as Mr. Corbell had pointed out, that is available to us as a way for us to then, start to really live with what is an endemic virus. But on its own, it's really just, I think, an upgrade to, air filtration system that will benefit, a better workplace regardless. But without other tools in place, including hand hygiene, masking, etc., it is not the most effective piece. Regardless, that is still very much, in my opinion, a sort of a last safeguard we may have that, again, not necessarily changes the behavior of individuals, but shapes the environment so that it can be more healthy to be in. And if hospitalization rate and ICU rate does increase at some point, and we're back here to this exact conversation again, I think we know where this conversation will land, and hopefully not a very difficult one at that time. So I think for all those reasons, and predominantly, I'm very conscious of the burden it places on frontline workers for city staff, that I am more inclined to support a transit facility only enforcement-based bylaw. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador, you want to close?
I think I've spoken enough on this, Mr. Mayor.
We'll go to vote then. Sorry. Madam Clerk?
I'm trying to sneak up and talk to you privately.
Can we vote first?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Please call the vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, that's defeated, all right. Okay, and I'll go to the, if somebody wish to, Councillor Knack.
So I think just in order to give administration some time to finalize the wording of what a transit-only bylaw would look like, I'll move to postpone this to the end of the agenda. Is that?
So
this is
somebody
re-
would have to,
This is interesting. So if you wanted to amend the bylaw that was on the floor to remove the inside pieces, we could have done that. So now you need to give us direction because there's no bylaw for you
yeah,
to vote on.
we need to
some
give
key
direction to
instructions.
admin if we wish to have transit-only bylaw.
So looking to do that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just need to figure out the wording, and we'll probably need a bit of time to create the, I mean, I imagine it's just taking the bylaw we just defeated and removing those parts, but.
We're drafting it already, but
Say
you need
option
to
A.
tell us to do it. Draft it in
Based on
accordance
option
with
A.
option A.
I'll move I'll move that, whatever that is, sorry.
Develop a bylaw based on option A.
I think that's super clear to me, Your
Good.
Worship.
Okay,
And
and
first.
second by?
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. And we need to vote in order to give you a direction, then you will bring back, then we'll debate on it, right? That's
Yeah,
the
so-
process,
So
Madam
would the
Clerk?
motion include that come back to the end of the meeting so that we can officially vote on it? I'll make that just to make it perfectly clear.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, this is Michelle. I might ask, what is council's direction on, are we clear that the bylaw would be aligned with the provincial
Yes.
mandate?
Yeah,
We-
I've got that, Michelle, we're clear.
Yes.
Yeah, as per our chat.
yes, Councillor Knack, that's your intent as a mover?
That is the intent that I feel comfortable bringing forward, even though I'd prefer the others, yes.
Okay, okay. All right, any questions? Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are gonna go into motions pending. Right? Is that Rama? Motions pending? Ready? Thumbs up? Cool. All right. Ride Transit and Leisure Access Program. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not looking to amend the wording, so do you want me to?
Sorry, Councillor Knack, point of order. I think there was some confusion on what people were voting on with
Is to
that.
bring, it's okay. So Madam Clerk, my intent was bringing back a bylaw for transit and transit facilities only aligning with provincial. Yeah. Aligned with provincial repeal.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. And we'll vote on it when it comes back. It hasn't passed. Bylaw will come back to us.
Wasting administration's time. It's okay. I just.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
It's not gonna take long.
Yeah.
We started.
We won't have to ask questions. We can directly go to vote on that, right? We ask enough questions. All right. All right. Back to order. Councillor Knack.
In interest of time, if it's okay, I won't read it. I'm looking to move the motion as written under 8.1, and I worked on that with Councillor Salvador, so maybe see if she's interested in seconding it.
Can you move it? Is it on the,
Yeah, so it's the motion as written in the report, but I can read it out if you prefer. I was just going to save us a bit of time.
there you go. Second by Councillor Salvador. Can you read it just because we can't see it?
Certainly, happy to. Yes, of course. That administration provide a short summary report on the ride, transit, and leisure access programs, as well as the current program to allow youth to travel free with a fare-paying customer. This report is to include 1, the overall usage and cost of these programs, 2, the changes made to eligibility over the past 2 terms, 3, any other measures that have been considered in place of the low-income cutoff, to determine eligibility for those programs. Number 4, opportunities to expand the current scale to include more Edmontonians and an estimate of anticipated costs. This should also include an analysis of expanding these programs to First Nations around the Edmonton region, working in partnership with other orders of government. Number 5, opportunities to allow youth 12 and under to travel on ETS for free without a fare-paying customer, as well as the opportunity to open that up to those 18 and under.
We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Knack moved it. Councillor Salvador seconded. Any questions? 1, 2, 3. Oops. Councillor Rutherford.
So I had an interesting conversation the other day with some neurodivergent folks, and they talked about, you know, when there's brain things like epilepsy, it's really hard for people to drive. Have we considered or contemplated in this motion that, or should we, you know, could we add that in terms of contemplation?
Yes, I would be happy to consider that if it's not already something that could be captured in
Yeah,
the
like
expansion.
brain injuries
Yeah.
or brain.
So to me, I'd be happy to have that as a friendly amendment if we need to. I know we've noted an option for opportunities to expand, but it might be good to.
I think it should
clear.
make it explicit,
That'd be great.
just in terms of, you know, there's a lot of folks with brain injuries or, you know, like I think about epilepsy where they cannot get a driver's license. And I think that we need to be thinking about them within this.
So, council members, is that a friendly? I'm seeing nods. I don't see any objections. Good. All right, that's a friendly. Madam Clerk,
Yeah, could you just let me know where you'd like to have those changes put in, just so that we're all clear?
maybe create another bullet.
You want another bullet added?
I think, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll send the wording.
Okay.
And then we
Thanks so
confirm, but I
much.
just want to, yeah, I just think it's important to make that explicit.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Rutherford?
That was it. That was all I had to ask.
Good.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you to the mover for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
My apologies if I missed something here first before I ask a question. So is this program city's existing program or is a new program right now we're discussing?
Is that to the mover?
Yes.
These are 2 existing programs currently running within the city of Edmonton.
And so what is specific intention and then behind this motion to make the change for these 2 existing programs?
Thanks for that question. So I'm sorry, I guess I probably should have introduced it. Essentially, so these programs have been in place for some time, and over the years we have expanded it to include a scalable option. In the past, these were solely using the federal low-income cutoff. A few years ago, we expanded that to go up to 25% above the low-income cutoff for these programs to allow more individuals who are in different economic positions to have easier access to recreation and transit. And so what I wanted to do through this motion is to first give all of council a summary of this, because I've been around for these changes over the last 8 years, but I know many folks are new. And quite frankly, I also would like to see us potentially expand this, but that's a budgetary conversation, and we would need the data to inform what that might look like. And so the idea of getting this report today, approving this motion today, would be to allow us to have that information in advance of budget to help inform our budget conversation.
Do we have the work already being done and in place, and in terms of implement the results for this existing programs already to support this motion moving forward for more work to be done?
So my understanding is that administration generally has the information outlined in 1, 2, and 3, which would have been more of an inquiry, but it's points 4 and 5, and what will soon be the friendly amendment for 6, that requires this to be a motion, which is, as it requires a bit of work to provide us with different options that we could consider for expansion.
So is this motion, I cannot see the full screen, and here I only can see number 4 or 5. So is this motion has the intention to request that needs assessment or implementation for the existing programs results and to support this work moving forward? Do we have that piece included in the motion?
So I think the first parts of the motion provide that analysis. We've been doing that. We monitor the performance of this, how many people access it, how it's grown or risen or fallen in terms of admission and usage of the plan. So that would all be included with this.
So for me to ask this question, and then I do value and the support and for our vulnerable Edmontonians who actually need access and transits and for these programs. But my question is about is there any needs assessment results and to demonstrate to address some concern and from Edmontonians talking about our public transit, the ridership or the emptiness and for some buses. And specific, I noticed there this opportunity to allow the youth 12 and under and to travel on ETS, but how many actually use 12 and under to use our public transit system to access to our leisure and programs?
Great question, and part of that would come back as part of the report to give you a better indication of what's currently happening, and it would also give a chance for organizations to speak to the need or desire to have any further expansion beyond what we have today.
Yeah, so I appreciate the intention. I still has a little bit of hesitation because this does not reflect this needs assessment, and is just to say yes, we provide opportunity to the people, but do they need it? And what's the needs assessment based on implementation in the past years?
So, I mean, I have some of the information offhand, but I think the whole point of this is to get that in front of all of council so that you can see all the same information I've sort of had access to over the last 8 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. I see no more questions. I will call Councillor Knack. Close? Go ahead.
Yeah,
close,
sorry.
Councillor Knack.
Yeah, just briefly, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
And appreciating this isn't a decision point for us to consider expansion, but I just wanted to share one quick story about why this is such an important program and some of the changes that have been done that have helped. You know, I think back to, it was in 2015, as part of the seniors initiative, we generally visit all of the seniors centers across the city every 6 months to chat about different issues. And you'll remember this, Mr. Mayor, as you were still here on council when we had this initial discussion, because it was at Central Lions Senior Center, and we heard from a woman who had turned 72 and had to cash out her RRSP. And up until that point, every year she qualified for Leisure Access Program. This cash out of her RRSP put her a few $100 above that cutoff. And so it actually meant that she couldn't stay active, she couldn't engage with her friends, and it made it really hard. And so what we have found is that when we used to follow such a hard line with that low income cutoff from the federal government, sometimes a person who was making $1 more than that was in a much worse position than somebody $1 below that, because that's the cutoff for so many different benefits. So we brought this forward to council, and council had agreed to expand it. And when we expanded, another 50,000 Edmontonians had access to it. So right before that point, there were 150,000 Edmontonians who fell below that income threshold. After the adjustments, it added another 50,000, bringing it up to 200,000 Edmontonians who were in varying economic situations. And so the idea here is I wanted to make sure everyone has a chance to get access to the information about how these programs have been really life-changing for a lot of folks, both in terms of access to recreation and access to mobility. And frankly, yeah, I do want to see us potentially expand these further. I think these have been really positive programs, and I think with the challenging economic conditions, the price of utilities, all the costs that are going up, it's going to make it that much harder for folks to be able to deal with some of these other basic amenities that they need. And so I'd like to have a report come before council in advance of budget to inform that. And the last piece specifically, just in point 5, when we talk about youth 12 and under, it was a few years ago that we made the change so that youth 12 and under could ride for free with a fare-paying adult. I think I'd like to explore that change, and why I think that change is important is if we're going to build that culture of transit ridership, we want to make it as easy as possible. And so I'm interested to see what the impacts would be of those decisions. So this is very much an information motion, but again, not hidden that the fact is I'm bringing this forward because we'll likely want to see further changes based off the results of this. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We could actually get through our motions pending before break. Councillor Knack, over to you.
Love your optimism.
8.2.
Yes, 8.2. I will move, and likely Councillor Cartmel may be willing to second, that administration provide a report on expanding the use of pedestrian through zones as identified in the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards to enhance accessibility in our city. This report is to include the following. Number 1, an overview of how expanded pedestrian through zones and accessibility enhancements are currently considered as part of improvements to our mobility network. Number 2, an analysis of where increased use of pedestrian through zone enhancements would have the greatest impact, including GBA plus considerations. Number 3, an analysis of any impacts, considerations, and costs associated with an increased application of pedestrian through zones, example, drainage, maintenance, etc.
Councillor Cartmel seconded it. Can you quickly introduce?
Yeah. I sent you all a blog that, just like most of the public probably has. I'll be 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If you read my blog, which I'm sure like most Edmontonians you don't, I gave you a lot of information in that blog post. Again, this is an information report, a really good example if you haven't seen and you've been to the Brewery District. This is an example of where the crosswalk itself is at the same level as the existing sidewalk, so folks don't have to go down into the roadway and come back out. And what I'd really like to explore, as we've started to see some cities examine this a lot more, is making that more of a common feature. Again, not going, say, across an arterial road, just to be very clear, but maybe running in parallel to arterial roads where folks might be turning off those roads and entering into a local area. This motion does not commit us to making any changes. What it does is it lets us see what type of impacts we would experience if we were to make that change. You know, if we were going to build that into the neighborhood renewal budget, is there a cost difference? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We need to get that information. And how would that impact people? I have some preconceived notions because we know that particularly those facing mobility challenges, going down into the roadway is often a very big challenge, particularly in the winter. And so this might allow for our city to be a bit more accessible and to deal with traffic safety in a better way. But again, to be clear, this motion will just get us that information and allow us to make a decision upon the receipt of that information. So,
thank you, Councillor Knack. Any questions? This is pretty straightforward. Information request, I see none. Call the vote.
And just in closing, thank you, Councillor Cartmel, who also helped her write this.
Okay. Call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I'll go to Councillor Rutherford, 8.3, Growth Management Framework, Operational Expenses and Revenue. It's pretty straightforward as well. Councillor
new wording for this motion, so I've provided that to the clerk. And that administration provide a report to committee that outlines, as part of the growth management framework, approaches that will make explicit the operational and capital expenses and revenue associated with different development types, determine reporting mechanisms, including risks and benefits of each, including but not limited to neighborhood structure plans and neighborhood structure plan amendments at land use public hearing, and assess alignment with the city plan, due August 2022 to Urban Planning Committee.
We need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded it. Here it is. Motion is on the floor.
So just to
Introduce, please.
Yeah, just to introduce, I think that we've heard a lot about the cost of urban sprawl, and one thing that I've noted in the public hearings is sometimes we're getting these amendments back for area structure plans or neighborhood structure plans, and it's not really making that cost explicit in terms of what are we expecting in terms of both revenue generation through the property base that will be built up from development there, but also what are the ongoing costs in terms of operational or capital costs associated with that development. And I think, you know, the more I've discussed snow removal, the more I've realized that we've added road right-of-way without increasing the snow removal operation budget. And I think that at the end of the day, I don't think it is meant, this is not intended to stop development, but also to make sure that we're not reducing our service levels while we do build out this city, and that we do have more of those comprehensive discussions on what that cost of build out is. And this is something I have worked with administration on, and they felt like this was a gap as well, and we're excited to see this come forward. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just actually one question. I'm guessing Ms. McCabe is here somewhere. There. Hi, Ms. McCabe. Since this is just to get approaches, one approach I am interested in and wanted to see if this is one of the ones you might look at, and maybe not the specific company, but I know there's a group that's doing revenue modeling. Urban 3 is doing a revenue model that actually helps you visualize each of the communities, which communities are providing sort of growth to the city, which ones are costing the most. So would one of the approaches we're considering include looking like, using data like that, where you actually have a visualization of it?
Potentially. At this point, Councillor Knack, we don't know. And what I would say is that as part of the growth management work, we're looking at what are the bodies of work that need to be done, and what's the information that's needed as a part of that. And then what's the right tool? So I am aware of a tool like that and could see where there could be applicability for that type of tool.
And yeah, not to pre-commit us, I just wanted to make sure it was going to be one of the approaches we could consider when this comes back and getting an idea. But I've heard you doing that, so that's it. Thank you. This is an excellent motion. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador.
Point of order, Ms. Mayor. Can we have the motion and to display full? Because I cannot read the rest of part.
Here you go. It's being scrolled back and forth now, Councillor Rice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Rutherford for bringing this forward. I guess I just have a few questions for admin. And yeah, obviously preface this by saying that I talk about this all the time, and really when we talk about densification, creating those 15-minute communities, being able to apply that economic and financial lens is really important. But I guess, you know, I look at kind of the body of work that went into the creation of the city plan and all the reports that underlie the city plan, in particular, the growth scenarios, relative financial analysis, I believe is what it's called, that talks about sort of potential capital costs, operating costs, and that if we follow that model, there's, I believe, a 5% residential tax reduction. You know, there's a lot of metrics attached to that. So I guess I'm just wondering, how does this fit in with that work? And I also recall that as part of that relative financial assessment, there was a model that was made, and I believe that that was part of the work that we did with Hempson, with the contract that we did that through. So yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not losing that good work that we've already done, and how do we build on that instead of duplicating some of that.
Councillor Salvador, that would be the intent to build on the work that's already been done to inform the city plan. And that was, as part of that, shows that if we grow within our existing boundaries and grow in accordance along nodes and corridors and more infill within our city, that there's an 8% financial benefit. And so the work that administration is currently doing for the growth management framework is prioritizing what we would recommend to council as the first tools to go forward. What this motion does is it says one of these tools should be the capital and operating costs associated with different development types and looking at how that could be associated with neighborhood structure plans. So it's declaring one of the priorities in that larger body of work that's currently underway right now.
Okay, great. Well, that answers my question, and yeah, really excited to see this come forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. And I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I just want to pick up on what Councillor Salvador was saying and highlight, yeah, this is in no means meant to take away from or duplicate already existing work. However, I think there is still a gap in our day-to-day decision making, and I think about, for example, neighborhood structure plan amendments that are coming forward to public hearing. And so sometimes we are making decisions without that overall strategic vision and alignment. So I think it's really important that we have these tools that give us the most information to make the best decisions in all decision-making scenarios that we have, especially around our land use and development, as it pertains to, definitely increasing the tax base, which I believe I've heard is all of our goal for sure, but also making sure that Edmontonians are getting quality services that they're expecting, and so that our services align with the, waste pickup, road clearing, road maintenance, that those are all aligned to what we're expecting in terms of that growth, right? So if we're going to add, 5 multi-unit housing complexes, what does that look like in terms of waste pickup? Do we have to think about that in terms of budget, even in terms of the revenue that we'll be generating from it? So I think there's just a bigger conversation here, and it's the start of what could be many more conversations, but I really do think that as a new councillor, this is a gap I'm seeing, and something that I definitely know would be a tool that I would value as a decision maker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'll call the vote.
Good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I know Councillor Principe would like to would like to have the 8.41 discussed at next council meeting, like Councillor Principe?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I would like to request that we put over the
It will automatically go to the next council meeting.
to go to the next, yeah, so that it will link with the CPSC turf management report. And I do believe that my colleague, Councillor Paquette, had suggested that, and I had declined, but after further review, yeah, I would like to do that, please.
Yeah, go to next council meeting
Yes,
automatically.
please.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, so we are done with 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4 will go to next council meeting. And we will be going into private, right? When we come back after the break. And can someone move that we go into private now? Then we take a break and we'll be back at 3:45. Councillor Tang moved it. Councillor Salvador seconded it. Any questions to go into private? Seeing none. Please vote.
Yeah, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we are done with motions by 3:30. Okay. We'll be back.
And we're back online.
Good, all right. Councillor Cartmel, can you move that we receive 9.1 for information?
I will move that we receive 9.1 for information and that the report be kept private, subject to section 16, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Hamilton. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
The results were displayed and
Oh,
it passed unanimously.
okay, good. I didn't see them, but they're displayed. Good. Councillor Hamilton, can you move that we add 7.3 to the agenda?
I will move that we add 7.13.
7:13.
Okay,
7:13.
7.13 to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the transit and facilities mask bylaw. Okay, seconded by Councillor Knack. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are on 7.13. And would someone like
Happy
to move the bylaw?
Sure, happy to move first reading of bylaw 20090.
20090. Second by Councillor Salvador. Is the title to it?
Yes, the temporary transit facilities face mask bylaw.
All right. Okay. Questions to speak? We have a lengthy discussion on these bylaws for a number of days. There may not be any new information to it, but if council members want to speak or ask questions, brief questions, this would be your opportunity. Do so, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Just to speak?
Yes, just to speak to it.
Go ahead.
I didn't ultimately support the bylaw in rec facilities and transit. That was the original bylaw. I also don't support this one at this time. I think that Councillor Paquette brings up a really good point about inconsistencies and something that in my work as a social planner I talked about a lot in terms of regulation and those things. And I just, at this point, we still have the provincial masking in transit, and I think they've made it very clear that they want that responsibility in their court. And I'm, even though I'm a new councillor, I can't imagine for former councillors have had this conversation more times than me. I don't want to keep talking about masks, and the conversation has become bigger than public health. The conversations that I've had in the last several weeks have been mandating or not mandating, and people in the city really want that autonomy of choice. And I do think that masking is the right thing to do, and I will, as Mr. Corbould mentioned and many others, will continue to mask. And when I take transit, I see a significantly high compliance rate for that. But I don't think at this point just this small thing does anything for the overall public health. When we're looking at the rationale of mandating something versus the benefits that we will get from it. And so I have to consider it from that lens. And so, while I did support the original maintenance of the bylaw and would have been happy to see that succeed, I've made it very clear to my council colleagues and to residents in my ward that I respect the decision of council, but that if that is the decision, then we should let that be the decision. So I will not be supporting this
Thank
bylaw.
you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
So I'm not going to support this bylaw as well. The reason similar reflects in Councillor Rutherford's speech. And also I do want to emphasize provincial's mask bylaw in public transit still in place. And then with that say, and then I think we should consistent and with provincial health authority and specifically for the public guidance on this piece. So we'll be very quick. I'm not going to support this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to interject. I don't know what point this is, point of clarification perhaps, but it's my understanding that this bylaw does actually bring us in alignment with the province.
Yeah,
So I just think we need to.
That's my understanding.
If not, I am absolutely mistaken, and I object. But
Yes, Councillor, it does.
Yeah, it does.
You're correct.
Because there's a clause at the end of the bylaw that immediately repeals it if the province repeals their health order.
Got it.
Well, I think that we have to be very careful what messages we're sending to the province. We cannot have that kind of incorrect communication.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I still have my time, and I want to say, I would like to say, and then the information is correct, and it's just my language limitation there. I just want to say I don't want to overlap and repeat things.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank
Rice. Councillor, okay, there were other council members, but no, not anymore. Okay, all right. No more questions. I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 20090.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador, right?
Second.
Thank you. Call the vote.
Councillor Hamilton?
No.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading on bylaw 20090.
So Councillor Salvador seconded. This is only for consideration for third reading. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Consideration is granted.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 20090.
Councillor Salvador.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Point of order, could the clerk scroll down, please, so we can see the no's on request of Councillor Kermel?
Yeah, I'm happy to read them out as well if you can't see them.
Please do, thank you.
Okay. Display the vote. That's carried. Okay. Okay. So we're done with that. We are going to go back into private. Somebody move.
I'll move we go in private,
Council-
subject to sections 24, 25, and 27,
Second.
and 17.
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. receive these information. So Councillor Knack, would you move 6.9.2? Because you selected it. And Councillor Stevenson will be okay to moving for information 9.3? When we get.
Sure, I didn't select it, but happy to move.
Let us
Just a
know.
friendly reminder, there's actually a recommendation for 9.3, but if you want to receive it for information,
No.
then we will go back and redo our process.
No, recommendation, that's what I meant. There's a recommendation, that's what I meant.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, you wanting me to move that now?
No, we were just waiting to go into public.
Oh, gotcha.
We're in public.
We are in public? Okay. So we will receive, first we will go to 9.2. Councillor Knack?
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll move receive for information.
Second.
The song, Councillor Cardwell, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. All right, please vote.
I'm a yes. Pardon me. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to move the recommendation in 9.3.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that administration work with the Edmonton Police Commission to develop a recruitment strategy, including a qualifications matrix and recruitment profile for the appointment of the 2 current vacancies on the Edmonton Police Commission.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Second.
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. All right, so please call the question, sorry, no questions, call the vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We will record your vote in the affirmative. Councillor Salvador?
Yes.
Councillor Salvador?
Yes, I'm a yes.
Thanks so much. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. Notices of motions and motions without customary notice. I do have one, so I have to cede chair to Councillor Rutherford, right? Or I'll go to Councillor Rutherford first for notice of motion. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I had it up, but I lost it. I don't know if the clerk can put it up. It's the same notice of motion I gave at executive, but now the motion that I gave, the meeting is no longer there as per our agenda item earlier today, so I need to make the notice of motion again for the council meeting on at the beginning of April. If you can't find it, clerk, I'll just.
I have it. I'm just trying to get it to you here. I'm just putting it in the chat. I'm just chatting it to you, Councillor.
Okay, perfect. I apologize. I thought I had it in my email, but it went away. So my notice of motion is that administration prepare a bylaw for an independent task force comprised of 5 individuals for the purpose of reviewing roles and responsibilities of city councilors, councilors' budget and expense policy C618A, councilors' ward and common budget allocations, and centralized supports funded under the common budget, and bring forward any changes, recommendations, if any, to assess current allocation of resources and ensure equity among all 12 ward offices. Motion would be made at the April 5th, 2022 council meeting? April 4th council meeting.
Good.
Yep.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the next regular council meeting, I'll move that administration return to executive committee with a report outlining the options available to council for supporting the Turkish Canadian Society account number 9998985 with their current outstanding tax balance. There it is. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair?
So taken.
At the April 9th Executive Committee meeting, I will move that administration provide a report that outlines the prioritize industrial infrastructure projects under consideration for the 2023-2026 capital budget, including road connections on Anthony Henday and 137th Avenue to open up industrial development in the Northwest. Report 2 provide details on the evaluation criteria used to prioritize and the anticipated outcome benefits of each project. And I can take the chair. I can take the chair back now?
Yep.
Thank you. All right, any other notes or motions? We are adjourned.